All right, council members, we are now live on YouTube, and Councilmember White, you may begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Wednesday, June 16th, 2021, and the time is now 12:05 p.m. I'm calling to order this final budget oversight hearing of the committee on the fiscal year 2022 budget. Today, we'll cover the Office of the Inspector General and the Department of General Services. We'll start today with the Office of Inspector General, or OIG, an independent agency in the executive branch. The mission of the Inspector General is to conduct audits, inspections, and investigations of government programs and operations with the purpose of promoting economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and to deter fraud, waste, and mismanagement throughout the government. The OIG is organized into an audit unit, which audits district organizations, programs, functions, and activities, an investigations unit, which investigates allegations of misconduct by DC government employees, contractors, and financial assistance recipients, and inspections and evaluations unit, which conducts inspections that provide decision makers with objective, thorough, and timely evaluations of DC government agencies and programs. And finally, a Medicaid fraud control unit certified by the Department of Health and Human Services to investigate and prosecute fraud and abuse in the administration of the Medicaid program. With the District of Columbia slated to receive and spend billions of extra dollars from the federal government, the role of the Inspector General in detecting and deterring waste, fraud, and abuse has never been more important. The mayor's budget does propose transferring additional federal funding for the Inspector General to provide oversight of federal pandemic appropriations. With this funding, the budget for OIG is proposed to increase to $22,242,725, a 17.6% increase. The OIG is also proposed to have an increase of 4 employees to an authorized staff of 116. In addition to this funding, the mayor has included legislation in the Budget Support Act to allow the OIG to retain some of the revenue it generates to support the office. Even with these investments, I understand the Inspector General believes that the office is not adequately resourced to meet its statutory mandates. I look forward to discussing with the Inspector General what we can expect from the proposed budget and what gaps remain. Our second agency today is the Department of General Services, or DGS, which is the largest agency that this committee oversees. The mayor's budget proposal would cut DGS's operating budget by just over $14 million in FY22, leaving an operating budget of $496,913,046 in addition to over $14 million in the capital budget. The nearly 700 public servants who make up DGS are stewards of over 173 million square feet, or nearly 4,000 acres of district land, and of over 37 million square feet of district building space. The portfolio that DGS manages includes schools, shelters, parks, playgrounds, fields, forensic labs, and more. While other agencies, such as our public school system, typically take a leading role in making decisions on how spaces will be used, DGS's own actions are highly consequential. For example, DGS manages the procurement of and contracting for a wide range of services, including architecture, construction, and maintenance services. It therefore serves as a major engine of business development, including for small and local businesses. Practical decisions about energy efficiency and renewables also have significant consequences for our sustainability goals when multiplied out across the district's sustainable portfolio. And finally, DGS manages a protective services division with 116 employees, providing security for district facilities and managing additional contracted security officers. For the FY22 budget proposal, the mayor and her team have rearranged quite a few elements that we're used to seeing in past year's budgets to make use of an influx of federal assistance and address the lingering challenges of the COVID public health emergency. In DGS's budget, there appear to be some significant shifts in the capital budget. the contracting and procurement budget, and the security budget that we will need to understand better. My primary objective today is for Director Anderson to help the committee understand the impact of the proposed budget on agency operations and how federal funding will change operations over the next couple of years. I'll also ask Director Anderson and his staff for updates on some of the many important projects that district residents bring to the committee's attention from time to time and that may continue to require the agency's attention over the next fiscal year. I will now turn to my colleague. I saw Councilmember Gray join us. Not sure if he is still here. I know members are jumping between hearings, so I suspect that a couple of members will be in and out. Before we turn to our agencies, we will hear from testimony from our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call on witnesses on the list in the order of that list. When I do call you, the staff will promote you to a panelist. When that happens, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you'll come back in as a panelist, at which time you will be able to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify, while advisory neighborhood commissioners will be provided with 5 minutes. Our first panel of 5 public witnesses will be Chuck Berger, Monty Edwards, Reginald Black, Patrice Sultan, and Laura Levinson. Looks like a couple witnesses from our first panel are not present. So we will add Neil Flanagan and Matthias Posting to this panel. So welcome everyone. Chuck Berger, good to see you. You can begin when you are ready.
Thank you. I would note that Monty Edwards is with me and he is present. My name's Chuck Berger, and I'm the vice chair of the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. And I'd like to thank the chair and council members White and Gray for this ability to testify today. MCAC is designated by statute as the advisory committee to the Department of General Services for matters concerning Eastern Market. MCAC was created by the 1999 Eastern legislation, now DC Code 37-101-113, that placed the market under the jurisdiction of the district's Office of Property Management, which is now DGS, requiring unified management of the market, and which created the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee, which is MCAC, to advise DGS about the budget operation, management, and capital improvements for the market. I present this testimony today on behalf of MCAC. Before I get into a couple of issues, I'd be remiss not to thank the market manager on behalf of the community. They did, throughout the COVID crisis, they did an incredible job during that time in management of the market. And I just wanted to publicly state that we were very thankful for their excellent job. So I just wanted to get that on the record. But there are a number of issues with the budget presentation regarding Eastern Market. Issue number 1, the use of outdated revenue estimates for the market, which is resulting in a too low request for spending authorization. The table that is used to request spending authorization for the Eastern Market Enterprise Fund in table AM04 is based on FY20 and FY21 financial projections, which projections, because of COVID, significantly underestimates the projected revenue. Revenue for the North Hall and the outdoor markets for those years truly reflect the serious adverse impact of COVID restrictions on the ability to rent out space, both outdoors and for events in the North Hall, 2 major revenue streams for the market, which are now recovering. Those restrictions have been lifted, and we are already seeing a return to pre-COVID levels at the market. The $609,000 caps on market spending in FY 2022 represents a $242,000 decrease. This underestimation will prevent the market from fully using its income, and this number should be adjusted upwards to reflect pre-COVID actual revenue, which is data is from the table in AMO4 of the DCFO budget presentation. The second concern, we have at an expense of $300,000, we spent a great deal of time developing a strategic business plan for the market. And the sum of $300,000 was spent on a serious study to produce a necessary strategic business plan for Eastern Market, which was completed in the fall of 2019. MCAC testified numerous times that money would need to be put aside to implement the impending plan, which we stated at the first time the grant was even given. This was not done, and according to DGS, no money for implementation has been requested for this year. The council needs to remedy this so that the implementation can proceed, and basically we can delve in and develop the very necessary strategic plan for the market. The third item is the capital improvements budget submission is inadequate to meet the needs of Eastern Market. No money has been requested for FY23 to FY27, which completely ignores MCAC's list of new priorities and the list of necessary and needed repair projects listed in the facilities assessment plan for Eastern Market. And DGS has requested only $330,000 for FY22 to implement the Bullard study for security at Eastern Market. This was an issue of great concern. That Eastern Market is in a high security area with the Marine Barracks, which is one of the top sites that are cautioned against terrorist attack, and also the Capitol. We've been discussing this for several years now, pushing it. We've gotten to the point where we're just getting a study, but nothing beyond that. While MCAC welcomes this addition, there is an equally urgent need for an emergency public address system that has not been funded also. My colleague Monty Edwards, chair of the Capital Improvements Committee, will provide more detail. Finally, the budget process submitted and the budget process stipulated in legislation was not followed this year. MCAC was not given the opportunity to provide input on the budget request before submission to the mayor, which is required. MCAC was made to wait until the mayor released her budget request to the council, and we still do not know what was submitted by DGS, nor did we receive our opportunity and legal responsibility to provide input on the submission until now. I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention, and especially the attention that you do give to Eastern Market, a crown jewel of the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Berger. Next up, we have Monty Edwards.
Thank you. Mr. Berger and I are sharing a computer this morning. I am the secretary of Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee and serve as chair of the Capital Improvement Subcommittee. MCAC is designated by statute as the advisory committee to the District of Columbia, to DGS specifically, for matters concerning capital improvements for Eastern Market. This year, MCAC has been unable to perform this role. MCAC Capital Improvements has identified over $1 million in needed capital improvements, but only one of MCAC's recommended projects is included in the 2022 budget, $330,000 for bollards. In addition to the capital projects recommended by MCAC, there are significant capital improvements related to maintenance and repair of the existing building and its equipment that amount to over $3 million for the 6-year budget cycle that are unfunded. Footnote 2 of my testimony lists those expenses by year from the Eastern Market Facility Condition Assessment Report of November 2020. There are no budget dollars for any capital improvements here at Eastern Market for the 2023 through 27 cycle. The 4 MCAC recommended projects that I described in both my 2019 and 2020 testimony are still unfunded. The first one is energy efficiency, approximately $100,000. After the HVAC work is done, we need to separate the operation and metering of the HVAC system for the north and south hall so the cost can be properly assigned. The other item is brownstone repair. While the 2021 budget has $85,000 for brownstone repair, the total cost is estimated at $441,600. The 2021 budget for $85,000 only covers the area above the pottery studio. There's no money for the 2022 to 2027 to complete the repairs. An additional $357,600 is needed to complete the work. The public address system that Mr. Berger mentioned was specified in the Eastern Market Emergency Response Plan that was sponsored by the District of Columbia. In the fall of 2013, the market manager obtained proposals to install an audio system that would provide audio speakers located in the South Hall, the North Hall, and the outside market for emergency notification and paging. The project has not been funded. Standby electric generation, $550,000. Electric outages have occurred in the past, have resulted in the loss of refrigeration and loss of tens of thousands of the merchant's inventory. Most grocery stores have backup electric generators that prevent these problems. The DGS capital budget needs to be increased to include $1,006,676 for the 4 Eastern Market projects, plus the $3 million maintenance or repair recommended in the Eastern Market Facilities Assessment Report. Even more egregious problem is the failure of DGS to follow the budget procedures required by statute. The legislation requires that MCAC receive both the operating and capital budget for the start of the budget cycle. That was in September of 2020. MCAC's recommendations and comments are required to be included in what DGS sends to the mayor's office and council. That was not done this year. In fact, MCAC was not even allowed to see the proposed budget in September of 2020, but rather only after it was included in the mayor's budget sent to council just this month. Thus, neither DGS nor the mayor's office had the benefit of any MCAC comments or recommendations for the current budget. I thank you for the opportunity to bring these matters to your attention.
Thank you very much. I don't think Reginald Black is with us, but I want to check to make sure. No. Patrice Sultan, when you're ready. Welcome.
Good morning. So I'm Patrice Sultan. I'm the Executive Director of DC Justice Lab. And I first want to thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership on criminal justice reform generally and for introducing our mature Miranda proposal earlier this week. I realize that I might look kind of out of place in this hearing, but I promise I have a reason for being here. Okay, so As you know, the Jails and Justice Task Force issued 2 reports explaining how the District of Columbia can decrease its incarcerated population by half and bring people who are held by the Bureau of Prisons home to DC in the next 10 years. And I'm a novice at fiscal policy, but as I understand it, the first funding related to this project is in the capital budget for DOC in fiscal year of 2025. And there's $5 million in that year designated to begin the design of the new jail or prison in that year. And in the meantime, it's DGS who's responsible for soliciting an architect to develop pre-designed guidelines for the new facility. So we've been meeting with experts from around the country to try to understand how the district should go about doing this to ensure that we don't have another jail like the one we have now. And that's how I ended up here with a budget related request for DGS. So what I learned is that the first step is making sure that the RFP that's used to select the designer of the new jail is done really well. So for example, we want to be sure that the RFP is assigning points and requiring planning for things like how the applicant engages community in their design process, what experience they have designing residences, dormitories, and independent living spaces as opposed to just locks and tamper-proof lighting, whether they know how to create enough buildings to ensure that the person in charge of each building knows every resident by name, whether they have thought about co-locating other services at the same site so the community will visit that space routinely outside of jail visits, whether they have a vision for how to gradually repurpose sections of the building to serve other purposes as we continue to decarcerate over time, right? A vision for a circular economy. And this stuff is really complicated the more that I dig into it. And so I came here today to ask that the council set aside $500,000 to establish a working group to develop the RFP. And the majority of the group should be returning citizens and survivors, and they should be compensated for their time. We at DC Justice Lab can help you find the right people to be in that room if helpful. And the money should come from either DGS's budget or the DOC budget. So we don't want a space like what we have now that cuts people off from any meaningful interaction, feeds them unhealthy food, uses black box handcuff covers and belly chains. We don't want a space that dehumanizes people and releases them worse off than they were when they went in. We don't want a space that has no meaningful opportunity for education and personal development. And we don't want people tortured in solitary confinement for months or weeks or even days on end. So I'm going to reiterate this request in tomorrow's DOC budget oversight hearing, but it seemed worth me mentioning it today because of DGS's role in developing the guidelines, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Our next witness, who may not be here, Laura Levinson.
Yeah, Lara can unfortunately not be here, but I'll sort of fill the role. So I'm kind of her substitute.
And who is this? No problem.
Sorry, that's Matthias Postian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you moving. Welcome. You can begin your testimony when you're ready, Matthias.
Great, thank you. Here we go. So thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on the budget for the Department of General Services. My name is Matthias Postian, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest environmental advocacy group with chapters in every state. Here in DC, we have approximately 3,000 dues-paying members. A key topic for the Sierra Club is making sure that the district government acts as the climate leader by transitioning its own buildings and facilities away from fossil fuel to become carbon neutral. The Sierra Club has reviewed the FY 2022 budget as well as the capital improvement plan for the Department of General Services to see whether parts of such a transition are funded. I want to point out sort of two key issues in that transition, particularly two key legal provisions that need to be fully funded. The Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act of 2018 requires DGS to develop a strategic energy management plan for undertaking an energy retrofit program across at least 9% of the DGS portfolio of district government-owned buildings by square footage between 2021 and 2024. Prioritizing buildings that have core systems and equipment nearing the end of their useful lives with the goal of achieving at least 30% reduction in energy and greenhouse gas emissions. My understanding is that the energy management plan is soon to be completed and published, but the energy retrofit program itself still needs to be fully funded. This program is at least conceptually distinct from the Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, because it aims to achieve a reduction of at least 30% of energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. The performance pathway compliance way of complying with BEPS requires only a 20% energy reduction. Of course, once this retrofit program, achieves a 30% reduction, that helps with meeting the BEPS standard. And so the two things are related. In addition to the retrofit requirement, then the DC government buildings larger than 10,000 square feet are subject to BEPS. And though compliance with the standard is not required for several years, it is important to begin BEPS compliance in this budget year because there simply are too many buildings impacted for DGS to delay addressing these issues until later. And for particular performance pathways or for compliance pathways, an audit needs to take place in 2023. So this issue is urgent, even if the BEPS standard isn't needed to be complied with fully until a couple of years from now. So the proposed budget includes limited funds allocated to a line item entitled Energy Retrofitting of District Buildings, which supports implementation of BEPS. But it appears to us that there are no funds explicitly allocated for the more stringent task of reducing energy use and greenhouse gas emissions by at least 30% across 9% of gross floor area of DC government buildings. So how much funding would be needed to meet both provisions? And I'm going to end up with a relatively large number, so I'm going to walk you through exactly how that's calculated. So it appears to us that the Portfolio Management Division of DGS has 677 buildings, totaling 36 million square feet under its purview. And we believe that these are government-owned, not leased buildings. And in the 2019 energy benchmarking data, 16 million square feet of DC government-owned buildings are not compliant with BEPS. Now, applying the 9% from the Omnibus Act requirement to the 36 million gross floor area, there would need to be 3.25 million square feet that would need to be retrofitted to achieve that 30% reduction, and that's 3.25 million square feet. So assuming a cost of $13 per square foot, that would mean you would need $42 million for this. Then there is remaining 13 million square feet of gross floor area that would additionally need to be upgraded due to the BEPS requirement. And we're assuming a cost of $8.50 per square foot for that. So that's an additional $110 million of funds. So these per square foot cost estimates are taken from the Urban Green Council for Commercial Retrofits, and my written document has a source for that. So the total required funding is approximately $150 million. This is only an estimate, but it's based on best available, but of course uncertain cost data and the actual non-compliant square footage that the district government has reported in the energy benchmarking data. So how does that 150 million compare to what's in this budget? So as best as we can tell, energy retrofit measures are allocated 3.4 million in FY22, 1 million in FY23, 1.25 million in FY24, and 2 million each year in FY25 through FY27. So that's a total of 11.6 million over 6 years. Comparing these two numbers, it seems to us that energy retrofits are enormously underfunded. Now, it's important to realize that while the necessary upfront costs are substantial, these costs are going to pay for themselves over time through the reduced energy usage. So the fiscally prudent approach for the council is to provide the necessary capital spending to fully fund all of these retrofit measures. These are measures that are targeted to reduce ongoing operational expenses, and I estimate that in perhaps less than 10-year time, the money will be paid back through saved energy costs. After that, the investment today generates net savings while also cutting greenhouse gas emissions, reducing local air pollution, and increasing the productivity of the building occupants by boosting their comfort in the workplace. The Sierra Club therefore requests to fund energy retrofits in FY22 by 30 million and to a total of no less than 150 million over the capital improvement plan horizon. In addition, we ask that energy retrofit program measures not install any new fossil fuel building equipment. Spending capital to install new fossil fuel infrastructure is incompatible with the district's climate goals. And we plan to submit additional written testimony on the DGS budget in a few days. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. And Neil Flanagan, when you're ready, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. My name is Neil Flanagan. I'm representing a group of archivists, historians, genealogists, and other citizens of the district who are working to make the unparalleled resources held in the DC archives available to the public after decades of neglect. I am before this committee to request a set of amendments to the budget that will ensure that its long-delayed replacement facility is finally constructed. While we understand that the pandemic has presented a large challenge to funding, this project remains a good investment. We request, therefore, that the allocation scheduled to begin in FY 2024 be advanced to FY 2023 to coincide with the availability of the site on the University of the District of Columbia. Second, that $2 to $3 million of capital funding be allocated in FY 2022 to begin programming, site design, and entitlement services that can begin in advance of that site becoming available. Third, that the project be designed to pilot the mandates of the Sustainable DC 2.0 plan. And fourth, that the Department of General Services open a transparent dialogue with DC's community of archive users, academics, and archivists. Last February, the Secretary reiterated the Mayor's commitment to a facility on the campus of the University of the District of Columbia. It is long overdue, and the commitment is welcome. This facility will protect the irreplaceable documents that make up DC's most universal historic resource. More importantly, they will make these resources available with the same ease and engagement available at its peers among state archives. Like never before, genealogists will be able to study their families. Residents will be able to find out how their neighborhood came to be. And historians will be able to document the path of home rule, reconstruct lost communities, and identify sites we had forgotten were important. These in turn will inform artists, musicians, and ordinary residents as they seek to enrich their communities. Activists will draw on its resources to right wrongs, and politicians can use knowledge gleaned from it to understand the context and consequences of their decisions. Not everyone will use the DC archives, but everyone will use products that benefited from it, as it underwrites the culture and identity of the District of Columbia. Now, we support this location fully. However, as the chairman knows, the site on the Van Ness campus is occupied by the School of the Arts and Sciences building, known as Building 41. This spring, the Department of General Services responded to this committee's questioning by arguing that the occupancy of this building prevented them from proceeding with the project. We obtained from the university a memo from UDC to the Department of General Services that outlines the timeline and funding items required to make the site available. The memo offers March of 2022 as the final move-out date. To us, this looks like students will have to abide a vacant building on campus for up to 3 years if the budget currently proposes, simply because the district dragged its feet when the project was fully funded. The appropriations in the budget were first made in 2015, and the project with full funding arriving in 2018. This funding was postponed in the budget last year, anticipating a massive shortfall. Understanding that there are more pressing issues this year, the budget outlook is rosier, and so the assumptions that undergirded the 2-year delay must be reassessed. Personally, and this is the second point, personally, I've worked on several institutional buildings on urban sites. In those projects, the availability of the space for construction is typically the date that design, construction, and fundraising are organized around. The district should do the same here and not leave the vacant building on the campus for the better part of a BA. We request that the allocation for design services, we request that the allocation be moved forward to FY 2023. And in preparation for that, we request $2 to $3 million be made available to begin the survey, programming, design, and entitlement services in FY 2022. The project faces a long pre-construction process. The design, therefore, can begin before the site is available, with the aim of designing for entitlement only at this point. Drawings not advanced beyond the 30% design development standard before the full 2023 funding becomes available. For this reason, we request this allocation be made to continue the long-delayed project as fast as possible. Third, the strict climate controls and occupancy. How am I doing on time? We believe that the strict climate control requirements and low occupancy levels of record storage
you're a bit over time.
Oh, a bit over time.
Yeah, if you can summarize your
yeah. Okay, so we respectfully request, again, the 4 asks are: move the allocation of primary capital funding to FY 2023, make $2 to $3 million in capital funding available in FY 2022 to begin design, and make the project a test bed of the sustainability goals, and require greater transparency from the Department of General Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much to this panel. Just a few questions. Chuck Berger, MCAC, other than retailers, who else is on this committee? You're on mute.
It was dictated by the legislation itself, where we have representatives from business community. Myself, I'm the CHAMPS representative. There's a representative from Councilmember Allen's office, from the mayor's office, from Capitol Hill Restoration Society, from Stanton Park, and we do have an elected community member. And also there are representatives from the outdoor vendors and also the indoor vendors.
And you had mentioned the outdated revenue estimates. I think you said this has tax implications. Was that right?
No, not tax implications. I think with the issue of revenue, it's just that we were asked those. We feel that those revenue projections were basically using recent COVID numbers rather than the pre-COVID. Based on pre-COVID revenue. So the projections we have for revenue we feel that are extremely low for no reason, because we are rapidly getting back to pre-COVID revenue numbers.
Okay, yeah, so I understood that part. Why it matters is what I couldn't get. So why does it matter if the revenue projections are off?
Well, they're basing how much money they're asking for the market based on those projections.
Okay.
And we feel that's, if you use a low number, you don't have to ask for as much, which seems to be the intent of them using the lower numbers.
Okay. And you and Mr. Edwards both mentioned that DGS did not include comments from MCAC before it sent its budget proposal to the mayor. Does the law require that DGS send it to the mayor, or could you MCAC send it independently?
It requires that we do it, that we provide it to DGS and consult with DGS prior to it being sent to the mayor, and that was not done.
Okay, but DGS is responsible by law for sending that to the mayor.
Legislatively, they're responsible, and it has been a running battle with previous DGS administrations to get that, but we had developed a pattern where we were being consulted, but we were rather dismayed that we went back to something we thought had been resolved before.
Okay. Monty Edwards, you mentioned a number of capital projects. One was with regard to energy efficiency that had $100,000 price tag for metering. What's the benefit of this?
With the new HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning upgrade, right now, the entire building is operated as a single unit. We requested and we obtained an estimate of what it would cost to separately meter and separately operate the North Hall and South Hall. Right now, during the COVID period, South Hall has not been used. However, it requires a manual shut-off to shut off the heating and air conditioning to the North Hall. Also, when we look at revenues from the North Hall and South Hall, those revenues are supposed to cover the expenses of their operations, including heating, ventilation, and utilities costs, which requires that those heating, ventilation, and utility costs be separately metered so we can appropriately assign the costs.
Okay. Ms. Sultan, do any jurisdictions have the type of jail that you are envisioning for DC's new jail?
Well, it's a difficult question for me, right, with sort of my policy framework pointed toward abolition at all times. And What I'm learning is that, there are design groups that have recognized that these spaces can be made more healing than what they are. And there are efforts to build alternatives to incarceration and efforts to redesign inside the walls at other jails and prisons. And so there are more healing and more therapeutic spaces than what DC has, certainly. But there's also a lot of reluctance to be involved at all in the process of designing a new jail. And there's a commitment from national and international architecture groups to not design jails or prisons that include torture chambers like solitary confinement and execution chambers. So what makes this process so difficult is that, folks who are not committed to those same principles may be interested in designing and building the new jail, and folks who are committed to those principles really don't want to continue building these kinds of secure confinement spaces. And so I think the best sort of course of action is to get them involved in at least what the RFP is, so that those other organizations that will do this can look to the work that they've done inside other jails and prisons and in these unsecured alternative to incarceration settings. But there isn't one that I could point to as this is the best version of a cage, and it's kind of hard for me to do that.
Did you say in your testimony that $5 million has been allocated for design, or that has not? That's the cost. Do you know if it's included in the budget?
That's my understanding, is that the $5 million for design in DOC's capital budget for FY25 is for design to replace CDF, but the Jails and Justice Task Force envisions, right, bringing everybody home from BOP and having a very different looking, non-traditional facility. And that conversation sort of intercepted what was already a conversation about how horrible the jail is now and its need for replacement.
All right. I'll talk to DGS about this and see where they are in the RFP and at least get their initial impressions on creating a working group. My guess is that DGS is not going to play the lead role in this, that it's going to be led more by Department of Corrections, but DGS is the implementing agency. So we do need to make sure they are engaged in moving things in the right direction. So I will find out from DGS where they are on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Pauston, the $150 million figure that you mentioned would be needed to get DC to its 30% reduction in energy and greenhouse gases by square footage. What's entailed in that $150 million? Where's that cost come from?
Yeah, so 150 million is a rough estimate of the sort of total cost of complying with BEPS, and then with this somewhat stricter requirement of 30% for energy reduction for a 9% of gross floor area. So basically, what I was doing was something pretty simple. I need an estimate for the cost of complying with these provisions per square foot, and I need to figure out how many square feet need to be addressed due to the fact that they're currently not complying with BEPS. So I literally just multiplied these two numbers. The simplest way of thinking about it is that there is currently about 16 million square feet that are not complying with the BEPS energy standard, and that maybe an average cost of complying would be $10 per square foot. And so you just multiply the 16 million square foot with the $10 per square foot, and out comes your $160 million roughly. And I think the exact math is a little bit more complicated. That's pretty much what it is. And the cost of compliance is what DGS would need to upgrade their
Oh wait, you went on mute just as you were getting into what I was trying to figure out. Yes, cost of compliance would be.
Yeah, so the exact measures that need to be undertaken depend on each building, but there is good estimates out there roughly on, in a typical situation, how much does it cost to comply with BEPS? And perhaps a good rough number is $10 per square foot. But it very what specifically needs done depends on the building.
Mm-hmm. And you made a recommendation toward the end of your testimony that DGS essentially not build any new fossil fuel infrastructure. I know that DGS has started moving away from this with a couple projects like the new Banneker High School, the new West Elementary School. Do you know if they are still beginning some projects with fossil fuel infrastructure?
My understanding is that for new construction, a really large share of activity in the heating sector is fossil fuel free because it's just cheaper for new construction. But I wouldn't be surprised if in a few exceptional situations there still was some. So new construction is on a good path. The harder part is existing buildings. Because the specifics of what needs doing are more complicated, and so that's where this issue comes in. The issue, council member, is simply that these fossil fuel appliances, they have a lifetime of perhaps say 20 years or so, and if we're installing new fossil fuel appliances throughout this decade, we're not going to meet our carbon neutrality goals by 2050 because these appliances will still be around. And the key question is, how can we move away from that in a measured and a way that begins today?
Okay. Mr. Flanagan, I'm pretty sure you said this in your testimony, but I apologize. I was trying to keep track of a lot of details that you had included. Building 41 on the UDC campus, when is that supposed to be fully vacant?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I did not send the testimony earlier. It's the vacant in March 2022, according to the schedule that we've seen.
Okay, March of 22. But then you said a few times that the building would be vacant for 3 years, I think.
Well, right. So if they began the design process in 2023, NFO 2023, assuming a year and a half design process plus a year and a half delay from that. Sorry, 2024. Sorry, if the funding is available in 2024, that's a year and a half from March 2022. And then I think it will take about a year and a half to complete design and get to a stage where construction can begin. So that's 3 years.
Okay. And what you have recommended that there be money included for, among other things, programming. I guess you said to begin programming. How would they begin programming in a building that is under construction or about to be under construction?
Well, maybe this is confusion of the term, but programming is sort of how architects talk about what goes in the building, so not doing activities.
Okay.
I think they should do some programming from the Naylor Core facility, but that's a different committee. But
okay. All right. Those are all the questions, but you will send your testimony in writing?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Well, thank you to everyone for this panel. I appreciate you all being part of this hearing, and I will raise these issues with DGS. So I look forward to working with you all on these.
Thanks.
We will now move to our next panel of public witnesses. We will start with Mr. Reginald Black, who has joined us, Tobias Johnson, Morgan Robertson, Joy Taylor, I think we will do those public witnesses, and then we will put our advisory neighborhood commissioners on the final panel. And Reginald Black, there you are.
Yes. You ready for
Mr.
me?
Black, welcome. Yes, you can begin when you're ready.
Ready. 1 second. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Facilities and Government Operations. My name is Reginald Black. and I am the Advocacy Director for the People for Fairness Coalition, as well as a lived experience appointee for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. We have been working with the 801 East Men's Shelter Redevelopment Advisory Group, and to date, our Consumer Engagement Work Group has been working with DHS, ICH, and the advisory group to secure jobs through the Department of Employment Services for the men currently living at the shelter on the St. Elizabeth campus. We understand that during this unprecedented time, there's concern about health and safety of all the residents, and we are pleased to see that $40 million was continued in last year's budget to make sure the efforts of 801 East were complete. And I'm pleased with the work in collaboration with our partners at DGS, ICH, and DHS. But we also want to stress that our residents need every chance to earn income to stabilize themselves in universal affordable housing. And we want to make sure that we also recognize that the project is close to completion, and that residents having these jobs will lead to better economic mobility. In terms of this, we are greatly concerned about how we are making sure that residents of the Creative Community for Nonviolent Shelter are assured some sort of equity when it comes to the maintenance of their property and the capital improvements that are forthcoming. We are a body of the community that needs clear and deliberate information. This also holds true for the capital improvements for the New York Avenue Men's Facility. I believe that there are questions that have been identified. One in particular, clarity of where will the replacement site be? It seems like the very stakeholders who need to be a part of the process are not even engaged as they need to be, to include residents and those who are working with our Consumer Engagement Work Group. We need to make sure the information is given to us as to when and where things are happening, which brings me to a series of questions regarding questions for the Department of General Services concerning the park located at New Jersey and O Streets Northwest. This project is squarely within Ward 6, and there is so much that needs to be discussed regarding this project. And just to know, there is a lot of contention throughout the community there with the neighbors in terms of engagement and information that is getting to both unhoused residents and neighbors in the area. Some of my questions include, how long has the park renovation process been going on? What prompted this conversation and desire to transform the park? Which fiscal years in which the park transformation was funded? When was an RFP issued and who was awarded the contract? Who was the contract awarded to? Was the agency aware of unhoused persons living in the park prior to transformation plans being funded or proposed? What engagement has the agency done to inform the encamped residents about the project? And one of major clarification for neighbors is Bundy Field across O Street under the purview of the District of Columbia government? And if the purview of maintenance and such is not with the Department of General Services, can it be clarified which agency is responsible for it? These are questions that the community needs answered, and need answered sooner than later. For us to provide equity and fairness, all of the information regarding people's lives must be revealed. And I hope that you and this committee will be able to glean out some of the information asking the director today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Tobias Johnson, welcome. You can begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember and Chair White, committee, and staff. My name is Tobias Johnson, and I live in Ivy City, Washington, D.C. I want to say thank you for helping us get a basketball court and playground. And now me and my friends can play tag or football without moving out the way for cars. I feel safe and secure in the space. We're all happy we finally have a safe place to play and be kids. It is really cool seeing the Carmel School up close and to read about the history of Alexander Carmel. Now me and my friends can play full court basketball games, football, tag, and even skateboard. I could not put in words how thankful I am about having the opportunity to play in a safe place. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for being with us. Morgan Robertson, not sure I saw you.
Hi.
Welcome. Wonderful.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Robertson, and I am here representing Empower DC, specifically the youth, because I am still very young. I'm only 15. And I would like to formally thank you for the new basketball court and playground we received in my neighborhood. I have lived here my entire life, and I've seen and done many things that aren't safe because we don't have any places to go. And now that we have the new playground and basketball court, we have places to go and play with our friends. And it's very nice to have that. And it even has helped some of the adults here because now they can engage more in the community and they can play with us on the playground, maybe some games of pickup. So that's very nice to have now. And it's just brought our community and neighborhood closer together due to the new resources that we have. And I just really appreciate what we have now. So it's really short, sorry, but thank you for testifying. And I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. And I'm so glad that you and Tobias are here. Joy Taylor, when you are ready, you can begin.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I was muted. It's nice to see that the former, as a proud African-American Episcopalian, it is wonderful to see the Alexander Crumble Field site be turned into a playground and field because of the fact that, he would have, as the first African-American Episcopalian in Washington, to former church, would have been very proud to see what is happening at the Ivy City space. So thank you, Council Member or Chairman White and the District of Columbia for finally taking that space and making it something wonderful and useful. And on behalf of an advocate of children and athletics, I just want to also say thank you for turning it into something that will help with youth athletics, because the more kids that are in athletics, as you may know, the higher the test scores, the better the workplace development. And so, the better the health and wellness of our children, the higher the graduation rates, and so much more. So thank you on behalf of the children of the District of Columbia. As you said, my name is Joy Taylor, and I am an athletic field advocate, and would like to say thank you very much for the funding that the District of Columbia did spend on the athletic field study and the toxicology study for athletic fields at $411,000. I'm sorry, I just had my tooth taken care of, and it's making me tongue-tied.
No problem.
And this particular time, I would like to request that, based on the information received from the athletic field study and the toxicology report, I would like to officially ask that the district council make an additional $5 million increase to DGS maintenance on top of the over 497 million budget allocation for DGS. And I would like for those that money to be used specifically based on the reports that we received and the wonderful Washington Post article that announced that the District of Columbia again was ranked #1 in the nation for its park survey for the national parks, and the fact that the survey now is including equity for making sure that the District of Columbia is doing a wonderful job of making sure that the whole city is being represented with parks and recreational services. And what the money that I'm requesting will be used for, specifically, it will be used for $3 million for a program called Genius. And Genius is a technology that is currently in 6 of the District of DCPS locations that is able to track the number of hours that the fields are being used, how much the fields are being used by how many people at a certain time. It actually is letting us know currently that Sundays are the most used days that fields are being used, even though these are DCPS locations, and that Mondays are the least being used. But we're also finding out that Anacostia High School is ranked #1 in terms of field usage, and Cardoza is the least used field currently. And we also know that Wilson is ranked #3, even though Wilson has the most amount of athletic teams in the District of Columbia. So we're able to find out that type of information. But more importantly, we're able to determine what fields need to be maintained and when they need the maintenance. And this is unique because currently the District of Columbia has a system where we have a monthly schedule for having the fields being maintained, which is great. And that is actually one of the best in the nation in terms of being serviced. But we're finding out that Anacostia actually needs to be maintained almost on a weekly basis due to its usage, whereas Wilson only needs to be maintained every 6 weeks. And so I'm asking for that money to be able to pay for 50 Geniuses to be installed. And what is great is currently the Geniuses that are installed right now are synthetic turf fields. However, the Genius system is for all field types. So we'll be able to capture natural grass fields and other fields. And since leases for the fields is a great source of revenue for parks and services, along with DCPS, we'll be able to make sure that those that are using the fields are paying the fees that we need to collect, and we'll be able to make sure that we're properly maintaining the fields, because if you also know that poor maintenance is the #1 cause of athletic injuries. And it's not poor training or various other reasons that historically have been told to everyone. One of the things that I also wanted to say, particularly with the collaboration of DGS and DOEE for the athletic studies is that although the legislation with Act 22-623, the act did not just include synthetic fields for testing. It included natural grass, and it included all non-natural grass turf. So it also included.
I'm sorry, you're a good bit over time, so I'm going to ask
Okay,
you to summarize the rest. Yeah.
So in essence, I'm asking for an additional $6 million on top of the $497 million that is being allocated for DGS because of the fact that I know that they need the money that they're currently allocated, but they also need these programs and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to prod on a couple of things just to make sure I was following everything correctly. The Genius system, is that where you got is where the information came from that you cited about which fields are used the most and least, and which days are have the highest use? Is that where that data came from?
Yes.
Okay.
So on a weekly basis, DGS receives a report, and it allows them to get the data on most, field usage, how many hours the field has been maintained, how many players have been on the field, how many
do they
hours
know that? Where's that information come from? Is it from the permit?
It comes from the Genius system that was purchased by DCPS and installed and then given to DGS to be able to monitor for maintenance.
Okay, but is it like are there sensors on the field, cameras, and somebody?
Yes, there's 2 sensors on each field that is attached to the light poles.
Okay, and what about, you had mentioned Anacostia Field. Were you talking about Anacostia High School or Park? Okay.
Anacostia High School, but I would like for an additional 50 Genius to be purchased so that we can then also monitor Anacostia Park, the various, parks and recreations, because right now we only have the 6 fields and they're DCPS fields.
Yeah. And I think you said at least that all the fields are maintained on the same schedule regardless of use. Is that accurate?
Well, at least for the synthetic grass, they're on a monthly schedule. But until now, there was no, with the Genius system, there was no way to actually tell when and if the field needed to be maintained. So DGS decided to do it on a monthly basis, which is great because that's actually higher than the national average.
Okay. Are Tobias Johnson and Morgan Robertson still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank you, and I think she's gone, which is all right, you and Morgan Robertson for your testimonies. We in this committee were happy to do our small part, but it very much paled in comparison to what community members did, and I really have been excited to see the development of the playground and basketball court, and after a lot of hard work from you all, from Empower DC, to finally see movement on the Cornell School Rec Center. So I'm really excited to see that, and I appreciate you all coming to testify. You all have been very active in this committee and other committees. So thank you for the work that you all are doing, and I know that the new facilities will be used well. So I just want to say thanks for your testimony today.
No problem. Thanks.
Mr. Black, appreciate your testimony as well. There were a number of questions that you raised about facilities. I don't know the answers to those offhand, so we've written those down. But one thing I wanted to get clarification on, were you suggesting that maintenance at CCMV should be done by residents there, or you had mentioned CCMV maintenance and you had mentioned jobs, and I want to make sure I'm making the correct link.
Yes, you in a lot of ways are making the correct link, because we know that residents do have the skills there to be able to participate in some of that maintenance. And we do know that DGS, is the sort of like maintenance arm for that building, but not just maintenance. We want to make sure that those residents are also, in a part of any plans for development and capital improvements there. Just like we programmed out for the 801 Eastman shelter, which I believe DOES and others can provide you some numbers on, where how well we did on actually getting residents onto those capital improvement jobs. And I think that these are innovative models that will help all of our residents, especially some of those who are returning citizens, because we are using in-house resources to be able to satisfy laws like First Source and the certified business enterprise agreements. And so,
okay, so you're saying the contractors would hire residents?
Yes, contractors can hire residents, and if a resident is in fact owner of a construction or trade-based business, that person and their company be brought on as a certified business enterprise, because more than likely that business would be a business of color, and we would be able to satisfy some of those agreements in those contracts.
All right, I appreciate that idea. I want to process that a bit, because I definitely see some utility there. But are you saying this did happen at 801?
So in some respects, it has. Construction on that project is supposed to complete sometime in November. I've been looking for the numbers on it. Actually, they were both certified business enterprise agreements and First Source agreements on that project. So I want to see reports from not only DGS, but also the Department of Employment Services as to where did we land as far as hiring for both of those requirements that were in the contract. But I do believe we have some successes there, and we were able to hire, a significant number of residents who hopefully through that income were able to secure housing.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I want to make sure that happens.
Okay.
These projects.
I appreciate. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that that testimony. That's yeah. I really want to dig into that idea, because I think you're exactly right. If we're paying people with taxpayer money to maintain particularly these buildings, and they have to do local hiring, it certainly makes sense to offer first opportunities to people living there. The impact of that would be pretty magnificent. So I appreciate it.
One other thing I do need to note, that there are two projects going on that I'm greatly concerned about. First is the replacement for New York Avenue Men's Shelter. We need to understand what is going to happen there so that we can have that type of engagement there as well. And we also need to have significant inquiries into the New Jersey and O project, because we have no idea what the timeline is. And somewhere in that timeline, there is going to be action from the Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services Office on removing those folks. And like I was saying before, it's a pretty contentious situation between the residents, the council member, some of the unhoused residents, some of the advocates, and we need some clarity and some mediation there as far as that information.
Okay. All right. I have a note to get an update from DGS on those two projects. I want to thank all of our public witnesses from this panel. As I said with the first panel, I really value and appreciate when residents are part of this process. And I know it takes a good bit of your time to participate. So thank you all. We will move to our last panel of witnesses, which is comprised of our advisory neighborhood commissioners, Sabrina Rhodes, Commissioner at ANC 5D01, Kishan Puta, Commissioner ANC to E01, and Dorothy Douglas, Commissioner for ANC 7D03. Commissioner Rhodes, good to see you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good to see you. Good to see you, and thanks for having me. I just want to say good afternoon to you, Council Member and Chair Robert White, committee and staff. Again, my name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the ANC Commissioner of the Single Member District 5D01, community organizer with Empower DC, and a member of the Friends of Pramil. I also live in Ivy City, which is in Ward 5. I've testified at many hearings about how important the Pramil School is to Ivy City, along with our youth leaders that you just listened to. The Pramil School is the heart of our community. And I'm happy to say, and this goes along with Tobias and Morgan, that the mayor has put the $20 million in the budget to renovate the Pramil School between 2022 and 2024. It's supposed to be completed by 2024. And I'm also happy to report that DPR has installed the 2 full basketball courts, as they mentioned. The fencing with the banners is great because it has the history of Alexander Pramil on the banners that surrounds the entire basketball courts. So if those, anyone comes to the court and they don't know who Alexander Pramil is, they can read while they're watching basketball about the Reverend Alexander Pramil. So this is part of the phase 1. Also, we have futsal nets. Nobody has used them yet, but if someone wants to play soccer, the nets are there. Also, they have to do some striping on the basketball courts, and that's not going to be done for about a month or so because the asphalt has to cure so the lines can stay there for, you understand, you understand what I'm saying. So phase 2 has been approved also. It's been approved and it's being installed now, which is the playground equipment, the exercise equipment, and the benches. We are aware that DPR will be responsible for the site and identify youth organizations for programming once the community center is completed, and maybe before it's completed, but we're organizing the planning with Tommy Jones, the Chief of External Affairs and Director of the Strategic Partnership and Development of DPR. We are also advocating for a small area plan for Ivy City that Councilmember McDuffie has. He has objected to the proposed flung changes through the Office of Planning and recommended our community be included in a future planning analysis that is along the New York Avenue corridor to make sure that any future zoning changes are linked to a small area plan, something that is very much needed here in Ivy City. And I just want to ask you, Councilmember White, would there be more green space installed on the site? And also, will DGS continue to be responsible for the building once it's turned back over to the district? Thanks for allowing me to testify. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Puta, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And can you see me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm out of town, but I'm really glad that we're able to accommodate people. I heard about your one witness who testified from a restroom. Is that right?
It was a classic, yes. And she did very well. I just want everyone to be clear. It was impressive.
That is impressive. Wow. All right. Well, I will try my best, sir. And, I'll just be brief. I'm here to testify about 3 projects. This is in my district, Ellington Field, right next to my district, at the Jelliff Rec Center, and also the Stead Park Recreational Center. as for Stead Park, I'm on the board of that park, and it's in my former neighborhood, DuPont Circle, where I previously was ANC commissioner. It's funded in the current fiscal year at 16 million. It had previously been funded, it got increased. It literally, the community has been waiting since 2015, working on this over 6 years. My main message for DGS, please, council member, is do not delay. I know we had a pandemic, but please, let's break ground by Labor Day. That is the request of the community. They've been waiting for 6 years for this community center, which will be a great improvement for this area that has no public indoor space, no place for kids to go in the wintertime that's free for everybody. Similarly, moving on to Jelliff Rec Center and Ellington Field, both are funded by Mayor Bowser in next year's budget, and we hope that they stay there. They're funded. And they're in the DPR budget, but I still wanted to give you a heads up on it. Jelliff, we are very thankful that its budget has increased from 7 million to 28 million. Previously, it was only going to fund, ADA and HVAC, but now we can get something substantial, and we are very thankful. But as you know, Jelliff has served all ages and all wards for decades with the after-school program. So many kids from every ward who attend Hardy Middle School across the street use that for a free aftercare. The building has not been updated ever since the 1950s when it was built, and so we are thankful for this increase. We are, but this is the one time we are going to, once in a century possibly, that we're going to update this building. Let's do it right. According to the experts who did the feasibility study, that 28 million, while it's great, it's not enough for what community leaders have asked for in a letter and our ANC has asked for in a unanimous resolution, allowing for the possibility of a full tear down and new construction. It would be enough to build an annex to the current building. But this is 1950s infrastructure we're talking about. Why rely on that and build on top of that when we could do what this community really deserves after so many years, provide them a new space like other buildings have. I think it would take maybe just a couple million more, in the range of the low 30s, and it's been updated. It's been increased from 7 to 28. So I know this is for the other committees to hear, but I wanted you to hear it as well. On Ellington Field, that is funded at $5 million, and we hope that will, sorry, 3.5. We hope that will be retained. And we hope to work with DGS on that project. There is one concern on Ellington Field: what schools will get priority there? As you know, the Murray School got its lease extended at the Jelliff Field, and so the nearby public schools didn't have after-school access to that great field. We hope that will change, and we're still working on that. But in the meantime, at Ellington Field, it was initially intended, this project, that School Without Walls, Hardy, and Duke Ellington would have priority there. However, I'll just put this in your court, council member. You might be aware that new schools are coming nearby. Most likely at the old Georgetown Day School on MacArthur, probably a new high school is what our working group has recommended to the chancellor. So if you get a new high school just walking distance from Ellington Field, we do have to think about this. It has not been clear that DPR is talking to DCPS. Maybe they are, but they should involve the community in that process. We've got public meetings coming up. I would like the schools issue to be front and center, and I would like you to please raise that with them as well.
I appreciate it. Well, but I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're done.
No, you know what? I am done.
Well, wonderful. Well, thank you, both commissioners. Let me start there, Commissioner Putin. The new schools that will come online, will they have their own field space or?
So the good question. Georgetown Day School has a field, but it's not a high school level field. That was previously a elementary and middle school. And I don't know, might be able to fit one in there. If not, you know, a high school could still use more field space. And that is nearby. And then, yeah, that's right. No, it does have a small field.
And Jelliff, the budget went up, but it's not a tear down new construction, and you believe that's necessary. I mean, architects do some pretty amazing things with existing structures. What's your biggest concern with it not being torn down?
Right. I mean, it is a 1950s building. The man who's been working at Jelliff since the 70s, his name is Bob Stowers. You might have met him yourself, sir. He is adamant about that as well. He knows the ins and outs and the guts of that building, the boiler system, all that stuff. And you know, I partly, you know, he's not an expert, but there is one other problem. If they do not do a tear down in a new building, they are not going to be able to build a second full gymnasium size wise, unless they eat into the playing field, which is a possibility. But, you know, and then parking is always an issue with all the schools that use it. It's a tight parking situation. If they do a tear down, they could probably fit in underground parking and deal with that once and for all. We think it's worth looking at. I'd be happy to talk more about it, but for those reasons that you know, we could deal with all the problems as well as not avoid future problems with such an old building and old legacy systems and infrastructure.
And Commissioner Rose, I mean, you two are two commissioners who have been fighting for some things that are really starting to come to fruition. So I want to commend and congratulate both of you. Commissioner Rose, to you, Empower DC, and the IBC community. I just really have loved seeing what you all did, and yeah, huge congratulations. I mean, we got to keep our foot on the gas because, as you see, Commissioner Puta said, with it was sometimes these projects get funded, and you're still pushing them to get started. So don't let up. But I'm glad you didn't have to come back to our committee asking why I didn't come through. And while I can't take much credit for this, I certainly didn't want you showing up talking bad about me. So I'm glad. Yeah.
We appreciate all you have done and your support.
Absolutely.
So we want to, make that public. We do appreciate all the council members that have supported Ivy City and Empower DC. Everyone is just so happy. You should see the faces. You should come by and play some basketball on the full court.
You know what? I'll do that too. I won't be able to play too long, I'm sure, but I'll play a game.
Competition over there, but you're very much welcome.
I appreciate it. I will be there. One quick question for you on the future planning analysis piece. Are there overarching concerns that you or the community have that you just want to be part of the process, or are there some specific things that you're concerned about?
The community wants to be part of the process. We know that they're going to start some development on New York Avenue, but we want to make sure that Ivy City has a small area plan, and I did testify at the Office of Planning that it get funded through this budget, and that we have a seat at the table like we always fight for, for the planning of Ivy City.
Okay.
Yes.
And you asked me a question, which is not how these hearings are supposed to go, but no, I'm kidding. It's not quite all right. So you had asked about will there be more green space, and will DGS be in charge once the building is transferred? So the the concept will be like what's built will be determined not by DGS, will be determined by most likely DPR, Department of Parks and Recs. And once the building is built, DPR will be fully in charge of the building in terms of programming. DGS will just play a role in maintenance.
I see. I see. Well, I just wanted to be clear on that because half of the site is fenced off until the total site is turned over to DPR. And the part that's fenced off has where all the trees are and the grass. So we don't want to make sure that that's not disturbed, but we also would like more green space to be put in place. We just need a direction to go to ask for that.
Yeah,
So
there is a need.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you both testifying. It's really good to see you both, and I do look forward to working with you both as these various projects move through the process, and we will, in any way we can, help facilitate that. And I do have your questions for DGS Commissioner Puta and the direction regarding STED, especially. So I will ask them that today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both.
Take care.
Thank you.
You too.
See you soon.
Yes, indeed. That concludes our public witnesses and our advisory neighborhood commissioners for this hearing. So we will turn now to our government witnesses, starting with Inspector General Daniel Lucas. I will give General Lucas and his team time to get queued up. Good afternoon, General Lucas.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good, good. Will it just be you, or will there be other people from your team joining you for testimony?
Yes, I have two other members of my team that will be joining me.
Okay.
Brucey and our AFO, Dr. Hurley.
Okay, wonderful. You may have to turn your microphone up just a little bit. I can hear you, but it's a little dull.
Okay.
And would you let me know their names again so we can promote them?
Yes, Jamie Urusi and James Hurley.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, General Lucas. Could you tell me the other person one more time?
James Hurley.
James Hurley. Thank you. Okay. And James, you're on, but you will have to turn your camera on. Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to all of you. Appreciate you being here. As you all probably recall from our performance oversight hearing, it is the practice of this committee to swear in all of our government witnesses. So I would ask that you all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And General Lucas, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I am Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear virtually before the committee to review the Office of Inspector General budget submission for FY22. Joining me to assist in the presentation are Ms. Jamie Yarusi, Deputy Inspector General for Business Management, and Dr. James Hurley, Agency Fiscal Officer. Today, I would like to touch on 3 specific areas, which include, first, the OIG's unique budget process. Second, our prior FY budgets and concessions made in response to the COVID-19 public emergency. And third, our FY22 proposed budget and additional enhancement requests designed to address critical oversight needs. The OIG has a unique budget process as compared to other agencies. Specifically, the OIG's enabling legislation states that the OIG shall prepare and submit to the mayor annual estimates of the expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the OIG for the year. These estimates are then forwarded by the mayor to the council without revision, but subject to recommendations, including recommendations on reallocating any funds from the Inspector General's estimates to other items in the district budget. Now I would like to introduce to both the committee as well as those watching this hearing the premise of funding the OIG commensurate with its oversight responsibility. For the OIG to meet its statutory mission, we must be adequately resourced. As we see in the proposed FY22 budget currently under consideration, the district has $17.5 billion at its disposal to fund the district government and provide needed services to its residents. When comparing the OIG to the district's budget growth, the OIG's budget has remained flat, while the district's budget has grown 33% between fiscal years 2015 and 22. The district's historic budget level, coupled with corresponding increases to programs and operations to assist in pandemic recovery, creates corresponding resource needs for the OIG to address these additional oversight requirements. Funding the OIG's budget estimates without revision affords the OIG a measure of autonomy over its budget. As an OIG professional standard, budget autonomy is imperative to ensuring an OIG operates with integrity, objectivity, independence in both fact and appearance, and without fear or favor in combating corruption, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement in district programs and operations. The OIG's estimates for the expenditures and appropriations reflect our analysis of resources required to provide effective oversight of the district's dynamic budget and operations. Consequently, the lack of support for the OIG's budget estimates directly impacts our effectiveness and efficiency in providing oversight. In FY20, during the COVID-19 public emergency, the OIG relinquished approximately $1.3 million back to the district to help address anticipated budget shortfalls. Additionally, during FY20, the OIG agreed to the following to support the district's effort to improve its financial position. We froze the recruitment of 5 positions. We reduced all non-essential travel for OIG staff, and we froze all personnel-related adjustments and payments, excluding within-grade increases for career staff. Last October, as FY21 began and the district projected additional revenue losses, the OIG received a mid-year reduction to our approved budget of about 4.7%, or $745,000, which resulted in freezing 2 additional positions and delayed planned salary increases for staff. The OIG did not seek any enhancement requests in FY21 due to the uncertainty of the pandemic and its impact on the district's financial position. In addition to the 7 frozen positions, we currently have 18 vacancies that we're currently actively working to fill. Of those 18 positions, 9 are actively in recruitment, 3 are awaiting realignment, and 6 are awaiting action by the OIG. In past hearings, I have been asked why the OIG continues to face ongoing and prolonged vacancies despite our continual enhancement requests. There are a multitude of factors to consider when filling vacancies. For example, many of the vacancies require specialized training or certification, which severely limits our candidate pool. Further, the OIG is in competition with other oversight entities such as federal OIGs, of which there are currently 73 in the DC metro area, and just as many local and internal oversight entities. In other instances, internal and external promotions will create vacancies. With any vacancy, my team ensures potential candidates meet our expectations and requirements, are fairly considered and evaluated for a position, and our hiring process comports with all applicable laws, rules, regulations, and policies. The idea that continued vacancies do not warrant increases to the OIG's budget is flawed. Vacancies are dynamic and subject to change given many factors, which will temporarily impact the OIG's resources. However, the OIG's budget must remain constant and predictable to plan for and conduct oversight activities that protect the district against corruption, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. Relying on any additional resources due to temporary vacancies is not a prudent means for the OIG to estimate the expenditures and appropriations necessary for our operations. As in years past, I have no qualms with requesting reprogramming dollars to fulfill other OIG needs and returning OIG budget authority after all commitments have been met. To date, the OIG has expended 46% of its FY21 budget and has another 51% available. During the remainder of FY21, the OIG is working on an agency realignment. This realignment was born from our internal strategic planning process. During this process, OIG leaders carefully studied our mission, identified key partners, activities, and resources, and summarized the various means by which we can communicate and deliver information to our various market and customer segments. Once implemented, we believe this realignment will help the OIG better deliver on its value proposition of fighting fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement in district programs and operations. This realignment will be reflected in future budgets. For FY22, the OIG initially received a proposed mark that reflected a 7.5% reduction from our FY21 approved budget. Following receipt of our proposed FY22 mark, my team worked collaboratively with members from the City Administrator's Office to reduce the proposed cuts to the OIG's FY22 budget. As a result, the OIG's proposed budget, absent any additional enhancement requests, resulted in a decrease of 0.3% from our FY21 approved budget. Given the lack of budget growth in the OIG's FY22 proposed mark, the OIG made 2 separate enhancement requests and proposed legislation that will create a non-lapsing fund to allow us to keep 30% of restitutions, recoveries, and overpayments that are the result of our work. I want to discuss these enhancement requests and legislative proposal with the committee and conclude with the ultimate impact on the OIG's current and future budgets. In our first enhancement request, we requested $271,000 to allow the OIG to unfreeze 2 positions due to our FY21 mid-year reduction. Unfortunately, this enhancement request was not included due to a budget submission oversight by the executive. In discussions with members of the Office of Budget and Performance Management, This oversight will be addressed in the forthcoming errata letter. I will keep the committee apprised of this matter as budget deliberations continue. In our second enhancement request, we asked for $3.38 million to fund both personal service and non-personal service resources, specifically to provide oversight to the over $2.5 billion in congressional appropriations made to the district for COVID-19 public emergency response and recovery. This enhancement mirrors what Congress has done for federal OIGs to combat risks of fraud, waste, and abuse due to the influx of resources and the creation of new programs. With these two additional resources, we expect to hire 10-term FTEs who will encompass a broad array of specializations. It is important to note that this enhancement is temporary and will not be reflected as OIG budget growth in perpetuity. This enhancement request was included in the proposed budget sent to Council. Finally, the OIG submitted proposed legislation to be included with the FY22 Budget Support Act, entitled the Inspector General Support Fund Establishment Act of 2021. This legislation would establish a non-lapsing fund to collect 30% of restitutions and recoupments resulting from the OIG's law enforcement efforts and 30% of district revenue received from recaptured overpayments resulting from an OIG audit. Following the executive's review of our proposed legislation, the percentages of our restitution, recoupment, and recaptured overpayments were reduced to 25%. Notwithstanding the percentages, the OIG will be able to leverage the fund to maintain any unspent year-end local funds, up to $1 million. The creation of this support fund will be a resource for the OIG to quickly address emergent oversight needs that are otherwise not included as an annual appropriation. In conclusion, Chairperson White and members of the committee, I revisit my initial budgetary oversight premise. The idea of adequately funding OIG oversight in the district. As the district pivots from pandemic response to recovery and is armed with a historic budget growth increase to accomplish this task, the OIG's budget must also reflect our estimated expenditures and appropriations necessary to operate the OIG in FY22 and beyond. If left unaddressed, the various impacts to the OIG's budget will greatly impact our ability to meet our mission, given the increased oversight requirements born from a $17.5 billion budget. While I appreciate the executive advancing both our COVID-19 oversight enhancement request and proposed support fund legislation, I am concerned about the OIG's ability to meet current and future district oversight needs. In that regard, I will be following up with the committee in writing to outline ways in which the OIG's budget can be revised to reflect the totality of our enhancement requests, resources needed to return our budget to pre-pandemic funding levels, and incremental increases to bring our budget into proportion with the district's year-over-year growth. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not highlight and thank the OIG's incredible staff. Their professionalism and commitment to the OIG's mission resulted in continued oversight of district programs and operations, despite the challenging conditions related to the COVID-19 public emergency. Again, thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to discuss the OIG's FY22 budget. I look forward to working with you and your staff to address budget impacts to the OIG that have and will continue to impact the OIG's ability to help safeguard the district's finite resources and prevent and detect corruption, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to your questions.
Thank you very much, General Lucas, to you and your team. So let me start with a few things in your testimony that I'd like to get clarification on. The first is your budget process or budget autonomy, which kind of overlaps. Toward the beginning of your statement, you mentioned that OIG's enabling legislation says that OIG sends to prepares and submits a budget to the mayor, and that the estimates you prepare are forwarded by the mayor to the council. So what's the where's OIG's budget getting cut in that process?
The OIG's budget gets cut in that process when enhancements aren't acted on, or the mayor submits recommendations or changes in our budget that eventually are approved by council and become law. So essentially, you know, the premise is that the OIG does their analysis on what they need for the upcoming year for its budget. They submit that budget, and it should move as submitted onto council for consideration and approval. Instead, you know, what happens is, you know, when we ask for things, we don't get those things, and we remain in the same place year over year.
So what's submitted in the mayor's budget proposal is the mayor's recommendation for your budget or your recommendation?
What's submitted in the budget is the OIG's estimates along with the mayor's recommendations, but one enhancement request is not reflected in the budget proposal that went over to council. We're told it was an oversight by the executive, and it should be corrected when they send the errata letter over to council.
Okay. Of course, that still leaves challenges because the errata letter is a list of things. So the mayor says, "Oh, we meant to fund this thing and that thing," but it doesn't come with additional funding. So the council still has to figure out where to try to pull that funding from. But hopefully that's something that we can figure out.
Correct, and obvious that's the risk, you know, we run in not getting any action, you know, on those enhancements. I believe we went through a similar exercise, you know, last year, where our complete estimates never made it over. It was an oversight, but it never got corrected.
Your testimony mentioned that you have 7 frozen positions.
Yes.
I didn't fully process why they're frozen.
Those positions are frozen because of the impact of the pandemic on the district's financial system. Every agency pretty much across the board took some reductions in their PS budgets. For us, it was 7 FTEs.
Okay, and
FY22 cuts.
What about the FY22? I'm sorry.
That's the totality of the cuts that have occurred since the pandemic.
Okay, so the OIG was asked to freeze or sacrifice 7 FTEs during fiscal year 21. What are and I had this in my notes, but the number of FTEs that you currently have for FY21 and how many are in the mayor's budget request for FY22?
Jim, you want to give those numbers?
So because of budget reductions and mark reductions, we had to freeze 2 positions in fiscal year 21. But we also had to freeze 5 positions in fiscal year 22, which left us not able to hire somebody in 21 that we couldn't keep for 22. And so that came up with 7 frozen positions as we moved into fiscal year 22. That also was because the OIG had to fund certain NPS items. And so we had to do that first. And then once we did that, the delta was the frozen FTEs.
Okay. And so from the approved FY21 budget to the mayor's proposed FY22 budget, you are still down 7 FTEs. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you send us by next Wednesday an updated Schedule A?
Yes, we will, and an explanation of how everything worked out.
Thank you. And let me talk through these. I'm sorry, either General Lucas or Miss. Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name, please?
Of course, it's Urusi.
Okay, that was going to be my guess. I didn't want to be wrong. General Lucas or Miss Urusi, what are the current total number of FTEs at the agency?
112.
112. Okay, and so 18 vacancies is obviously a significant percentage of that. You did discuss the challenges. What's is the universe of prospective employees really that narrow? I guess how are we competitively in terms of salary and benefits? How do we line up with the federal government and with the surrounding jurisdictions?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Chairperson White, because the job that we do most approximates what a federal OIG does. And you know, our competitive disadvantage is not only salary, but also benefits, particularly when we're talking about criminal investigators. So a typical criminal investigator that serves a federal OIG gets their salary, plus they get some guaranteed overtime, plus they get the opportunity to retire after 20 years of service. Okay, and so that is very attractive, particularly to young agents who are looking, you know, to get the most out of their employment experience. And so consequently, you know, we have a difficult time in attracting younger agents. We typically hire agents, you know, that have, you know, runtime and other IGs, federal or local, or who have retired and are looking to continue to do the work. Ideally, you know, what we'd obviously like to have is a good mix of employees. We like to bring on those with a significant amount of experience. But what we'd also like to do is bring in young agents so we can develop them through our system. What we've experienced is we weren't able to hire a handful of younger agents, you know, but we lose them, you know, to the attractiveness, you know, of being able to get that overtime, being able to retire after 20 years. And plus, you know, our office has a pretty good training and development program, you know, so we get them in for a few years, you know, develop them. And so they're really, you know, even more qualified to take on, you know, those types of jobs in the Fed.
What's the general resume or skill set of a younger employee?
So, when we're talking about, our auditors, they obviously, have to have a certain amount of formal education, a certain amount of credits in business and accounting as a start. For our agents, they have to have completed a course of instruction to be a criminal investigator. That's usually down at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. If they've not had that, we bring them in, we make sure they get that in order to do the job. And then our more senior, agents, what we're looking for, are those agents obviously who have some experience in doing OIG type work, public correction, financial analysis, and those types of things. And that pool is very, very small.
Okay. You mentioned a realignment that's in process in the agency. Do you have what are you trying to accomplish with the realignment, and what's the timeline? Do you think?
We go through a strategic planning process, every year, where we try and recognize, what our deficiencies are and what we do well. We try to correct those deficiencies. And what we've understood about ourselves is an inability to get more customers, an inability to hire more people, more diverse people, and keep them on board. And so what the realignment is going to do for us, it's going to transition us from an agency where our principal challenge was working more synergistically. That is making sure the right information got to the right person at the right time. We do that as a matter of course now. So we no longer need the resources that facilitated that for us. So what we're looking to do is transfer some of those resources into efforts like marketing, PR, external engagements with council and our other stakeholders, as well as our HR function. What we'd like to be able to do is have a fully functional, HR function that can execute the entire employee life cycle, attracting people, bringing people on, developing people, preparing them for succession. We don't do that as well as we should. So we believe this realignment will help us get to a place where we can begin to attract, those younger people and create ways, that will keep them on board so that we're taking care of them throughout, the full employee life cycle. So essentially, it's just a transition from addressing one challenge of the agency to begin to address the challenges that we've identified through our strategic planning process.
Okay. The non-lapsing fund that you mentioned and proposed that would allow OIG to keep 30% of restitutions, recoveries, and overpayments that come from your work. Would this address the sort of underfunding or falling behind over the years and not keeping pace with inflation? Would you be able to increase FTEs with this funding, or would this just support projects that you do with your current FTEs?
Right. It would just be able to support projects and potentially, hire some contract subject matter experts. And the challenge with this type of fund, it's unpredictable. We don't know, what it could be from year to year. So our plans, for it, are to use it to tackle things when one of our stakeholders says, hey, we need you to look at, X, Y, and Z. But we don't currently have the resources on hand to quickly address that particular need. And we could also use those funds to build out a more robust, marketing and recruiting effort. We may not be able to bring in more people, but we can, certainly, bring in contractors to facilitate some of that work.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's right. You couldn't likely fund FTEs with that, given the unpredictability. The mayor's proposed FY21 revised budget rescinds $212,000 in local funds from obviously this current fiscal year. Where will that money be coming from?
Which is that I believe that is coming from personal services. And our belief was that, again, trying to support, the district's, financial position, we opted, to move personal service money because we had some non-personal service obligations that we could not go back on. And we believed, that sometime in the not too distant future, we would be made whole. But the mayor took that as we just no longer needed those resources. When in actuality, we were trying to, support a short-term need of the district with a short-term rescinding or giving that money back to the district.
Okay. And I apologize for jumping around. The Inspector General Support Fund. You had mentioned, I think, in your testimony, how much your work has produced in the current fiscal year. But do you know, on average, each year, how much your office generates from restitution and recoupment?
So on average, it looks like about 5.2 million. And that is, what's that average base? I think since 2015. Because we wanted to go with our current processes to try and understand what that number would look like. So that would be about 2015 to 2020. So you're looking at about $5 million.
Over that time period, or per year on average?
Average, that's average.
Okay.
Some years, it's really high, and sometimes, as you know, that's just something you can't predict.
That's right. Does that figure include recapturing overpayments?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that broken down? Do you break those down? Like how much?
Yeah, we can definitely provide you that information.
Thank you.
I don't have it available right now, but we can provide you that.
Your proposal would cap the fund at 25% of eligible recoveries, cap it at $1 million in any fiscal year, and at $2.5 million in total, while also excluding the first $284,000 in recovery from each of the two classes. Do you have an estimate of how much you expect to be placed in the fund in FY22 if this goes through?
We can probably calculate that out, just extrapolate what we know right now, and also provide you that information.
Okay. My team mentioned that you may have some drafting questions or concerns about this subtitle. Is that right?
No.
Okay. If any come to mind, feel free to work with us. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the only difference between what we submitted and what the mayor actually moved forward is just the percentage. We requested 30%, and they moved 25%.
Okay. Okay.
Difference.
And can you or Ms. Yarusi explain with any specificity how vacancy savings for OIG was accounted for in the in your FY22 budget?
The OIG currently has a vacancy savings waiver, so we did
Okay.
not for it in the budget.
Okay. And you have a capital project for an IT upgrade that has a balance of $1 million. What's the purpose of that project?
We had it to initially upgrade our IT infrastructure because we were woefully behind in understanding IT vulnerabilities. We had to get money to begin to upgrade that. But the remaining money that is in that fund will be used to help build out the IT infrastructure in our new facility.
Okay.
We can anticipate moving into sometime toward the end of the year or the beginning of next.
Concluding it or beginning it?
Beginning to move in.
I see. Okay. Okay. And your proposed budget for information technology in your operating budget has $584,000 increase. What's the plan for this?
So we increased that line item this fiscal year because we had a FedRAMP cloud built to secure our data for investigations and other investigative applications. So we balanced that initially against the PAYGO account, the capital budget, but as that goes away, we have to absorb it into our local budget. And so that's the difference there.
Okay. Looks like you're also within the agency management division moving an FTE from customer service to legal activity. What's the thought behind that shift?
So that is, we had to freeze a position there that's balanced against our fiscal year 22 budget. And then we added, as part of the federal enhancement package to oversee COVID, we added a legal FTE. So that was the change there.
Okay. And you proposing, or at least the budget proposes 4 new FTEs, 2 in your auditing activity, 1 in your inspections and evaluations activity, and 1 in your investigations activity. Are these the federally funded positions?
So what wound up happening is we had to freeze 5 positions due to our decreased mark in 22. We gained 10 positions. And because on both of those, some of them are federally funded through our Medicaid fraud control unit, it looks like 0.6 of an FTE. So that's how that math worked out.
Okay. Okay. And the FTE count that you mentioned earlier, does that include the FTEs that will be federally funded and not permanent?
Yes.
Okay.
So we actually net, I believe, between the cuts and the term FTEs, I think we actually net 3.6 FTEs.
Okay. In the executive activity section of your budget, the agency is proposed to see a $1.93 million funding going into your executive management activity instead of elsewhere.
Broke off, Chairperson. We didn't hear that question.
I'm sorry.
We didn't hear that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. In your executive activity section of your budget, the agency is proposed to see a $1.93 million increase, which I assume is coming from the federal recovery funding. Why is federal activity instead of elsewhere?
That is indeed an increase with the federal money for contractual services in that particular activity. Sorry, I think things are breaking up a little bit here.
So within that activity code, we had proposed to do a COVID procurement emergency risk assessment. And so that is the bulk of that NPS funding for that line item.
My apologies. The connection should hopefully be better now. Could you say that one more time, Ms. Yarusi? My apologies.
No worries. So within that line item, Dr. Hurley had mentioned that we increased for contractual services, and one of our proposed projects under the COVID enhancement or the was a COVID procurement emergency risk assessment, and that is the bulk of that funding, that line item.
Okay. And with the, you did say in your statement, Inspector General, that much of the federal funding for really evaluating the districts kind of handling and distribution of federal funds is in line with what other jurisdictions are doing. But what kind of specifically will OIG be doing to monitor the federal funding?
Yeah, we're going to have a three-pronged approach. We're going to be using analytics to look for anomalies in the district's procurement data. We're going to be doing COVID specific audits and inspections. And we're also going to be doing investigations into fraudulent activities, which we've already been talking with some of the service providing agencies, that they are beginning to see some indicia of fraudulent activities. But at the rate and volume these things will come to us, we're definitely going to need those additional resources. So it's going to be a proactive approach through data analytics, active approach through audits and inspections, and a reactive approach through investigations.
And over what period of time do you foresee that happening?
It's going to be done over the life of the appropriation. Initial investments early on are going to be used to build out the analytics infrastructure. And we're going to be doing all three approaches throughout the life of the appropriation.
Okay. You have mentioned before that there are audits and investigations that you can conduct to the extent you'd like to with your existing resources. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So you've mentioned limitations due to resources, limitations of kind of, what projects or how many projects you can take on. Can you talk a little more about that?
Sure. At the onset of each fiscal year cycle, budgeting cycle, we go through a risk assessment process to try and identify the risks that are of the highest, to the district. And then we balance those risks against our available resources. And what we typically find is, we just simply can't get to everything that we see as a risk. And you couple that against the specific requests, that we get from either the executive or the council, and then you put on top of that the legislative requirements that we're faced. Just so you know, 30%, of our resources go to legislative requirements. 30% of our audits and inspection resources go to those legislative mandates. And so we're left, with 70% of our audit and inspection resources to address, the multitude of risks, that we identify through our process. And so, we believe that we can get to more, obviously if we, have more resources. Over the past few years, we've adjusted some of our processes, used some different techniques to try and get to more, but where we just can't keep up at the rate the district is growing.
For the legislatively required audits, I don't know what they all are. Do they all still make sense, or do we need to review those?
We need to revisit some of them, yes.
Okay. I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, and I look forward to that. Some of them, can be rewritten because we do believe, some of the programs are still at risk, and some of them just simply don't apply anymore. Yeah. So we'd be happy to sit down with you and your staff to outline those.
Okay, we'd be happy to do that. And finally, we'll be having a separate hearing on your closed out audit attempt of emergency procurements next month. But I do understand that the Office of Contracting and Procurement is preparing a letter response to the audit being closed out. Do you all have a process for receiving, reviewing, and responding to that kind of feedback after closing out an audit?
Yes. Typically, we take the information that's provided to us and compare it against what we said. To the extent that there's anything that we got wrong or misconstrued, we try and correct the record. If there isn't anything, we publish our report along with the responses from the agency, so that stakeholders can see both, our objective analysis of what we found against what the agency believes is going on. So we let the reader make their own judgment.
Okay.
We get it right most of the time. Pretty close to 100%. We get it right. And if we don't, we don't acknowledge it if we've made a mistake.
Okay. I hope that do you have any idea when you will receive OCP's response?
I do not. I don't have the due dates in front of me, but just so you know, we give every agency ample opportunity to respond to us. Sometimes they need more time. We give them more time. But at the end of the day, we have to move on and let our work for itself. Sometimes there have been rare instances where we actually published our report without receiving an agency response. But just so you know, we try and work with agencies going through the process of an audit or inspection, and also at the completion of that work. But at the end of the day, we have information to get to stakeholders, and we just have to move on.
Those are all the questions I have for you, General Lucas. I again want to thank you, Ms. Usuri, Dr. Hurley, and your entire team for all of your work and for your participation today.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chairperson White. We look forward to working with you to make sure all of this is as effective as it can possibly be.
Well, thank you all again. At this time, we will begin to transition to our second and final government agency, the Department of General Services. However, before we do that, the committee is going to take a 5-minute recess. So the time is now 2:30. We'll resume at 2:35 with Director Anderson from Department of General Services. The committee is in recess. We are resumed with our hearing. I will let Director Anderson and his team get queued up. Director Anderson, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Well, how are you doing, sir?
Doing well, doing well. How are you doing today?
I cannot complain.
Good. I understand you have some members of your team who are going to be joining you. Is that right?
That is correct. Several members from my executive team will be joining for today's conversation.
Wonderful. Let's try to get everyone on camera for a moment so we can swear everyone in. Will that work?
Absolutely. I guess everyone can turn their cameras on. Are we missing George? If you would be so kind to give it just one more minute so I can make sure everyone's.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're ready. So we're ready to be sworn in.
Thank you very much. I would ask that everyone raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you all. And good to see everyone. Thanks to your entire team, Director Anderson, for being with us today. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
My pleasure, sir, and thank you. And good afternoon, Chairman White, council members, and staff of the Committee of Facilities and Procurement. I am Keith Anderson, Director of the Department of General Services. I am pleased to be here today to present testimony regarding the DGS fiscal year 2022 budget. Joining me today are Danielle Metters, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Michelle D., Chief Administrative Officer, Antoinette Hudson Beckham, Agency Fiscal Officer, and Tiffany Moore, Interim Deputy Director for Capital Construction Services. On May 27th, Mayor Muriel Bowser introduced a Fair Shot, the FY22 budget and financial plan. The Fair Shot budget makes significant investments in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic to provide relief, recovery, and growth for residents and businesses across all 8 wards. In this budget, the mayor has focused on what has been known to be, what has been known to be the pillars of an equitable recovery, access to safe and affordable housing, high quality job training, healthy neighborhoods, academic acceleration, increased access to quality childcare, programs to reduce gun violence, safe and accessible transportation options, and supports for businesses and residents hit hardest by the economic crisis over the past year. The Mayor's Fair Shot budget includes key investments to support DGS in continuing to fulfill our core mission to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio. I would like to take a moment to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership of the district and support of the agency throughout the challenges of the last year, as well as her continued support in FY22. The total DGS operating budget allocation for FY22 is $497 million. This comes from 4 sources: $300 million or 60% in local funds, $190 million or 38% in intra-district funds, $6 million or 1% in special purpose revenue or O-type funds, and $1 million less than 1% in dedicated taxes. The agency's 6-year capital budget authority is $49 million, with $15 million allocated for FY22 for DGS-owned capital projects. The budget also supports a strong team of 703 FTEs who work tirelessly to ensure that the agency delivers on its commitment to district residents. The Mayor's Fair Shot budget will help DGS continue to deliver results through investments that will help improve agency operations and includes the capital funding needed to deliver world-class facilities to district residents. As the committee is aware, DGS has worked hard over the last few years to improve our maintenance work order process through the creation of the first team and the development of the agency's comprehensive preventive maintenance strategic plan. In support of these efforts, in FY22, Mayor Bowser increased the DGS facility maintenance local non-personnel services budget by $6.9 million across multiple asset classes. DGS plans to spend these maintenance funds with contractors through a competitive solicitation using our local DC-based certified business enterprise indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract holders. This investment will allow DGS to continue our momentum in identifying and completing maintenance work orders on time while also providing vital work opportunities to the district's CBE community. We are excited about the investment and look forward to working with our CBE contractors to provide the best maintenance for our district facilities. Mayor Bowser also made significant investments in DGS's internal contracting and procurement process in FY22. The mayor's budget includes an increase of $397,000 for 3 FTEs for contract and procurement services and $220,000 increase in funding for legal services. These teams form the backbone of the agency's contracting process, and the mayor's support will position DGS to bid, select, and process contracts more quickly and efficiently. The agency anticipates this will result in contracts being filed at council for early review and approval, culminating in faster mobilization and completion for both capital construction projects and IDIQ contract maintenance services. We would like to thank the committee for its strong support of DGS procurement actions over the last year, and we look forward to continuing to partner on contract approvals in FY22. The mayor's FY22 budget also reflects major strides that DGS has made to control leasing costs over the last year. The agency's portfolio team has been hard at work to leverage the market's current conditions, helping ensure that we secure the best possible deals for district leases. This work is reflected as a $16.9 million total decrease in the operating budget for the agency's rent activity, driven primarily by anticipated one-time rent concessions. DGS is extremely proud to be a good steward of district taxpayer dollars and help recognize savings during this unprecedented fiscal environment. Knowing the need to make investments for our new government work environments, Mayor Bowser has allocated funding to study post-COVID adaptations to physical workspaces. In FY22, she provides DGS with a one-time $150,000 enhancement to maximize the effectiveness of the district's use of space in the new virtual hybrid work environment. Finally, with regard to agency operations, I would like to highlight an administrative change to our FY22 budget, which will streamline the district's fleet management operations. Historically, the Department of Public Works has been and continues to be responsible for managing the district's fleet operations and orders fuel for all district agencies. The Office of Contracting and Procurement, on the other hand, manages the fuel contracts and serves as the contract administrator. Despite these two functions residing in DPW and OCP, auto fuel funding was previously located in the DGS budget under Activity 7001. As such, the management and payment of auto fuel were intertwined between 3 agencies, requiring time and attention from all parties. In the FY22 budget, the mayor streamlined operations by moving auto fuel funds from the DGS budget to the DPW budget. This consolidation will allow all 3 agencies to operate more efficiently moving forward. Highlighting capital projects, I want to first give a special thanks to our capital construction services team, who have gone above and beyond to keep our projects moving forward during the coronavirus pandemic. In the Fair Shot budget capital improvements plan, Mayor Bowser has allocated over $1.6 billion for 40 school modernizations or renovations, as well as small DCPS capital projects. $300 million for parks and recreation capital projects, to include upgrades and renovations to 20 recreation facilities and ADA compliance at all Department of Parks and Recreation facilities by the end of FY23. These allocations are part of a grand total of $2.7 billion to support capital construction projects for which DGS is in charge of delivering. This includes over $688 million in capital construction projects in FY22 alone. In particular, I would like to take a moment to highlight the mayor's investment of $20 million across FY22 and 23 in a new community center for the Carmel School site. I know this has been of particular interest to the committee and witnesses at previous and today's hearing as well. DGS looks forward to working with our partners at DPR to design, construct, and deliver the Carmel School project to the Ivy City community. I would also like to note that the mayor is continuing her investment in the Wilson Building facade and general renovation project, with $47.7 million in total budget authority. We are very excited about the mayor's capital investments and look forward to continuing to work with our sister agencies to deliver these important projects for district residents. Mayor Bowser's FY22 Fair Shot budget positions DGS to continue our record of accomplishments in line with the agency's core mission to build, maintain, and sustain the district's real estate portfolio. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your work to support the agency. I want to again thank Mayor Bowser for her support of the agency and also recognize the whole DGS team for their extraordinary efforts during the coronavirus pandemic and in preparing the FY22 budget. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals under the Fair Shot budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you again, Director. Let me start with a couple questions from our public witnesses that were not on my radar as I prepared for the hearing. The testimony about the RFP for a new jail. Where is that in the process, and what is DGS's role there?
Well, I would like to highlight that currently there are no plans in the 6-year CIP to build a new facility for the Department of Corrections. So right now, we would have to, there's no plan to build a new jail.
Okay, no planning dollars either?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Do you have thoughts on when we begin that, which we will have to begin relatively soon? Do you have thoughts on the proposal to develop a working group that includes community members, formerly incarcerated people, so forth?
You know, I think that would best, I think the prudent thing to do would be to consult with the Department of Corrections and that community in terms of the best way to move forward when the day comes to build a new facility. But DGS does not have the expertise that the young lady testified to earlier today. I would defer to the subject matter experts in this field. And she mentioned some would be returning citizens and other organizations that do work in this area. But when the time does come, we'd be happy to work with our sister agencies on constructing a new facility. But in the current CIP, there are no plans at this time.
Okay. Well, at the point in time in which there is an RFP for a jail, would DGS run that RFP, or would Department of Corrections run it?
With the current structure, we would treat this project in like any other project we do, whether it's a school modernization or building a park and rec facility. The client agency would engage the community on what this asset would look like, what the needs and wants are, and then we would go through the appropriate process as we always do with the A&E and then contracting a contractor. So it's very early in the process for this, and quite frankly, it's not budgeted. But when the time does come, as we always do, we'll be here to support our client agencies and the community.
Okay. Reginald Black mentioned a number of questions, and we're going to have to kind of write those down and work with you all through those. But a couple of specific questions that I'm curious about as well. What's the plan for the New York Avenue Men's Shelter?
So there are a couple of moving parts with the New York Avenue Men's Shelter. As you know, there's an animal shelter there at the current time. The plan is to move the New York Avenue Men's Shelter to the location where the animal shelter is. So as we speak, there's a request for space for the animal shelter to move to another location so we can begin the process on the New York Avenue Men's Shelter. So the process is afoot. We do have an RFS on the street to move the animal shelter so that we can then move forward with the New York Avenue Men's Shelter. So we're happy to keep the committee informed as we move forward on our progress.
Okay. Are you talking about the animal shelter a couple blocks away?
Yes.
Okay. So
you have the animal shelter, you have a bus lot, and then you have the New York Avenue Men's Shelter.
Yes.
So the goal is to move where the New York Avenue Men's Shelter is across from the bus lot where the current animal shelter is. And so we're currently in the process of moving the animal shelter so we can begin that process.
Okay, thank you for that. And New Jersey and O. Do you know what facility is at that intersection?
New Jersey and O Streets Northwest. I believe that's a park across the street from Dunbar, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let me follow up with Mr. Black, because I need to get more specification on what it is. The Stead Park, the request from the commissioner was I guess the question was, can we break ground by Labor Day? Do you know what the timeline is for starting that project?
So I would need to check. I do know this. I do know that the contractor has been awarded for that project. That project is moving forward as scheduled. And I can need to check on when we can break ground. It will be coming soon now that we have the contractor on board and they're going through the permitting process and all the rest of it.
Okay. Yeah, my team followed up with me. At New Jersey and O is a small park next to the firehouse that has a pretty sizable homeless encampment now.
That is correct. Yes, it's next to the firehouse across from Dunbar's football field. And we have worked with our partners at DHS to ensure that the folks that are there are receiving the services they need, and that we're working with them to ensure that we maintain the park as best we can.
Okay. And finally, from Commissioner Huta, there was a request to add a couple or a few $1 million to the Jelliff Rec Center budget to do a tear down instead of, I guess, a modernization of the existing facility. Do you have a perspective on that?
Right. So Commissioner Puda is right. Originally, there was $7 million put in the Jelliff budget that would essentially cover mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, or MEP. as well as ADA upgrades. But given and we subsequently, after that was put in the budget, conducted a feasibility study for that site to see what we could do. The feasibility study at the end of the day concluded that we can do a modernization and expansion of the current recreation center, which is what the $28 million budget is based off of. But we're now that the money has been allocated in the CIP, we're happy to work with our partners at DPR and the community as we move forward with this project.
So it's within the realm of possibilities.
We're going to. It's a little early to say that. I would wait until we get into the community engagement, have the design team on board, so we can have a real informed conversation about the possibilities. But our feasibility study covered a modernization of the current facility as well as an expansion. And I think what they're looking for is a little more than that. So once we are able to get to the table and work that through, I'll be able to give the committee a more informed decision or answer about how we're moving forward with that project.
All right. The fiscal year 21 revised budget would add $408,000 in local dollars to your budget. What is that funding for?
I believe that $480,000 was to right-size a consolidated maintenance contract that we have, the Office of Cable Television. It was a contractual obligation that we had. So we had to right-size that, and that's where you see the $408,000 increase.
Okay. And looking at the federal funding appropriations, those total to $28.6 million. The council was asked by the mayor to accelerate the passage of $10.4 million of those dollars yesterday. And so I have a couple questions about those. Part of this was $255,000 for what was called, quote, COVID contractor support for additional workload, end quote. Has that money been spent, and what will it or did it cover?
Yes, we did receive $28 million in federal payments over the fiscal year. That money went to combat the pandemic. And I'll let Mrs. D explain to you, give you the specificity that you're looking for, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sure. Hello, Council Member. In terms of the federal payments, we received, to your note, $28.6 million. FY20, we received $4.4 million, and in federal payments in FY21, we received $24.4 and $4.4 in FY20. So it's a total of about $28.8 million. In terms of what you're referring to from yesterday's vote, yes, we received, or we were approved for about $10.4 million for COVID services. The 24 or the $28.8 million that I referred to earlier were all used for COVID services. So for HVAC for schools, for COVID enhanced cleaning, for DC building readiness, for hand washing stations. So you also see that in the vote from yesterday.
Okay. But there was a specific line item for $255,000 for what was termed COVID contractor support for additional workload. What was that for?
That's for additional support for our contracts. Essentially, what we've been seeing is with the COVID pandemic, we've had a lot of new contractors on board for the COVID cleaning, for the hand washing stations. So all of that requires additional assistance.
And the $8.86 million for security costs associated with COVID-related sites. Were there sites that previously didn't have security that now needed security?
That's correct, sir. So that's with regards to either testing locations, shelters, any other COVID needs.
Warehouses where we kept a PPE and things of that nature.
Okay, but so those are places that did not have security in the past before COVID?
That's correct. So that's separate from our base security.
Okay. And finally, just on this line of questioning, one of the other lines was $601,000, so $601,715 for public outdoor hand washing stations. Have those stations already been purchased and deployed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many? Do you know?
I will have to look that up, but it's a number of stations and they're all around the districts, outside metro stations and outside of district buildings as well.
Oh, okay, no need to follow up on that. We will have enough follow-ups. We've been rejoined by Councilmember Gray and joined by Councilmember Henderson. So we're doing 7-minute rounds. I will turn first to Councilmember Gray. I'm sorry, Councilmember Gray, you were muted. Let me correct myself. Councilmember Henderson is a member of the committee, and I was just thinking you had gotten here first. My apologies. So let me stay with protocol and recognize Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson.
Sorry about that, Councilmember Gray. I'm gonna use this perk of being a member of this committee to go ahead of you. Good afternoon, Director Anderson, and to your team. I only have a few questions I'm hoping we can get through. I want to talk about some schools in terms of a broader conversation about reopening and preparations that are happening this summer as we return to school in the fall. Powell Elementary in Ward 4 is a school that I know had been recently modernized. It's been expanded, it's had its modernization. However, they're receiving a new HVAC system investment this summer. Can you clarify why the HVAC wasn't necessarily updated at the time of modernization, or is this a new investment related to COVID preparedness?
Well, Councilmember, I cannot speak to why it wasn't updated or addressed at the time of modernization. I can speak to, since I've been here at DGS, we have had issues with the HVAC system. And I'm pleased that we do have a small cap project slated for this summer to address that system. And so I look forward to moving forward with that, getting that project completed this summer so that HVAC will be the least things that youngsters have to worry about when they return to school next year.
Okay. Besides Powell, what other schools are getting HVACs this summer or having HVAC work completed?
Let me see. I would need to provide you a list of that. I don't have those small cap projects all committed to memory. There are a myriad of them, but I do know that Powell is a top priority for the HVAC replacement this summer. What we can do is provide the committee with the small cap projects that we'll be performing this summer. So that you can
I have the list. I just pulled it up.
Okay.
All right. Let me just move on to some other questions. So what are some of the other ways that DGS is working to prepare to help DCPS reopen this fall?
So we've done and again, kudos to our partners at DCPS. We worked very hard with them to ensure a safe return to school. One of the biggest projects that we entered into with DCPS was the HVAC project, where we essentially, in all 118 active DCPS school buildings, we increased airflow within the buildings and brought the air filtration up to at least a MERV 13 standard. Which was a yeoman's task, but however, we were able to complete that in all 118 schools. And I'm also pleased to say that project was recognized by the Environmental Protection Agency and put on a national front for other jurisdictions to follow. So that was probably the largest project that we entered in with the DCPS. Given their programmatic needs, we also assisted with signage, plexiglass, and other things of that nature to ensure a safe return, because there's a myriad of things we have to ensure are taking place in order to combat the virus. HVAC being one of them, social distance being another, wearing your mask, keeping your hands clean. There's a list of things that we had to do to work with our partner, DCPS, as well as other agencies to ensure a safe return for our youngsters.
Awesome. Okay, let's talk a little bit about work orders. During performance oversight, I think you stated that the number of work orders that you guys had was sort of the lowest in DGS history. And you, as such, you were able to reduce the work orders by about 40% because you also had access to the buildings to sort of get in and get out.
That's correct.
How are things going now that we've had more people who have been in the buildings? And do you anticipate us being able to sort of maintain this level of speed?
No. So now that we are having more activities in and around our building, we're now at about 20% as opposed to 40 with the uptick in activity. We're still, the team is still doing a great job of receiving, triaging, assessing, and completing work orders, or sending them in the right direction as in terms of capital projects or what the project may entail. So we're still at 20% below normal levels. So I'm proud of the team with the work that they'll be able to do now that buildings are becoming more active.
All right. Does your proposed FY22 budget anticipate an increase in work orders? So, you get more teachers in the building, more people in the building, you might start pointing out some more things, or are we maintaining, essentially thinking that we'll be able to pretty much stay consistent?
It does. If you look at our budget for work order management in FY22, we're getting back to the normal levels that we were in FY19 and 20 before the pandemic. Before the pandemic, our budget was about 134 million for work orders. I'm pleased to say we spent almost every penny. We carried over less than 1%, which means we were hard at work. And our FY22 proposed budget gets us closer to where we were during those times.
Okay. I don't know how much time I have left. There's no clock. Just put it in the chat. Let me know. I don't know.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, great. Okay. I had a question about occupancy fixed costs. What is that? When you say occupancy fixed costs, so this is a CSG 35. We've got about $7.9 million increase happening there on your budget.
Right.
Just overall, what are we talking about here?
Well, we're talking about water, gas, electric, hauling services, pest control, the fixed cost that it takes to maintain a building. So when we look at a fixed cost, it's important to note that fixed costs haven't increased significantly. So our electricity, how much we pay for electricity hasn't increased significantly. Gas prices, things of that nature haven't increased significantly. But what has increased significantly is our square footage. As we modernize new schools, as we build new recreation centers, we're increasing our square footage significantly each year. Look at this summer, we're bringing Banneker online. We're bringing West Elementary online. These schools have much larger footprints now. So although those commodities in terms of pricing have not gone up that much, what happens is what you're seeing is an increase for the square footage that we have to now maintain.
Okay, well, just to be clear, I thought that CSG 30 was water, gas, electric.
So Councilmember, CSG 35 is for FMD for the facilities. And then what you'll see is in activity, I believe in energy and sustainability, that's where you'll see the commodities that the director referred to with regards to other utilities.
Okay, so the increase is related to the amount of new square footage coming online. Okay, I think I'm up for this round. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted, Mr. Chairman?
You are.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I want to thank you for once again convening this important hearing with the Department of General Services, which we've worked very closely with, as have you, sir. I was delighted to be with the mayor, with Director Anderson and others just recently for the groundbreaking for what I think will be a new 20-year lease for new office space for the headquarters of the Department of General Services at 3924 Minnesota Avenue, Northeast, right in downtown, Ward 7. Has the lease itself, Director Anderson, has that lease been executed?
It has.
It has, okay. Now that we've had more time elapse, do you now have a more firm sense of how many employees, in fact, will be coming to the new headquarters? I've heard varying numbers. And I'd love to get one from you at this point, Director Anderson, so we know how many people are going to be located in that area of Ward 7, which is an exciting thing for me, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so we're planning to have approximately 400 employees report to the new DGS headquarters on Minnesota Avenue each day. And so we're like you, we're excited that we are able to move to our new location, which will be completed soon.
Okay, do you have any idea when it's likely to be completed? So we can get a sense of when people will be coming to the site and when that will start, when that process will commence.
Councilmember, the project is scheduled to deliver in December of 2022, at the end of December.
December 22?
Correct.
That's not so far off. Do you have you had some interactions with the community around the area, Director Anderson, so we can get a sense of what kinds of relationships you are building there and what we can expect with the folks like the ANCs and others in that area of Ward 7?
So of course, with these projects, we do have to notify the respective ANC, and we do look forward to engaging the community, you know, when we get closer to the final product. So there has been engagement with the respective ANC commissioners and in terms of this project going up, which is part of the process when we do build. And so we're happy to work with you and your office to engage the community on a deeper level.
No, we would love to work with you around that because that is a growing, developing, burgeoning area of Ward 7. And we want to see the DGS headquarters be a substantial part of that area of Ward 7. Do you know whether there'll be additional eating facilities that will be available with the new building itself or in the immediate area?
Well, one thing that was prudent for us with this project is that part of this would include a grocery store. So that was, you know, recognizing the need for grocery stores east of the river. We thought it'd be prudent with this development and us moving east of the river that we include that as part of the solicitation, which was met. And I'm happy to, you know, announce that this will be an aspect of that development. In terms of food places, I cannot speak to that. But as we continue to move forward with the project and work with the community and the local businesses, we're happy to keep the committee informed.
I'd appreciate that. Do you know at this stage? Well, you know who the lessor is, the lessee of the property, right, Director Anderson?
We do.
Okay, can you say who that is at this point? Who would say that?
Cedar Realty.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Cedar Realty.
Cedar Realty. Okay, great. Okay, and will they have any role in helping to facilitate the additional eating accommodations that will be associated with the facility, in the facility, or otherwise?
I don't believe there will be any in-house eating facilities at the DGS headquarters, but I know development is around the headquarters itself. So, but I can't speak to specifics.
Okay, and are you working with others in the community at this stage around whatever additional requests they may have for additional amenities in the area that will serve people who are in the area for whatever the reason may be?
We at this time we have not, but that's where I would like to work with your staff on a deeper level engagement with the community. With the community, rather.
Will you be following up with me, Keith, or how shall we execute that?
I'll follow up with you, sir.
Okay, I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay.
I also want to thank you for you and your team for working with my office and the community to address concerns at the Deanwood complex. You all did a terrific job in working with the HVAC systems and other situations that are there. And I also want to thank you for the work that's going to be done to build It'll be a part of the CIP, a new standalone library at the Deanwood Community Center. Have you already started to think through what those features will be about?
Not yet. I believe that is put in, is it 23 CIP? Actually, I believe the library is in the DCPS capital budget. DCPL capital budget, so that we would not have primacy over that project. DCPS would manage that construction project.
So how, in terms of our interaction, will that be through you, through the DC Public Libraries, or through, exactly how will that work, that process work?
That project would work through DCPL.
We're a bit over time on this round, Councilmember Gray.
Okay. All right. I'm already, my time is up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess we'll have another round, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Director Anderson, in a few weeks, the mayor has asked the council to approve approximately $18.2 million that DGS spent to prepare schools for the fall of 2020 out of contingency cash. How much are you anticipating spending to prepare schools this fall?
So the $18 million, so we received approximately during FY21, $41 million in contingency cash. $25 million of that went to fight the pandemic in our schools, which primarily went to HVAC enhancements as well as janitorial services. The other lion's share of that $41 million in contingency cash went to Peabody for the fix at Peabody, as well as about the Bernie School lease. And then there were some other smaller expenditures. We're working with DCPS for our summer activities. And I do not have the exact budget for that right now, but I will follow up with the committee on that for the summer activities.
Do you anticipate needing to pull contingency cash to prepare schools for the upcoming school year?
Is that something?
At this point, we are not looking for contingency funds for these needs, but certainly if the need comes up, we'll be sure to let the committee know and certainly work with EOM on that.
Oh, thank you. Did you spend all the money that was pulled from the contingency cash for fall of 2020?
Any contingency cash that was not used for fall of 2020 was returned, and then likely we were provided with additional funding in FY21. But yes, any contingency funds that were provided to us were all used.
Okay. Let's move to vacancies. How many vacancies do you have?
While we get the correct number of vacancies, I will say that right now our vacancy rate that was approved by council was 7.9. So of course we have to maintain a certain amount of open positions. The Schedule A looks like there's a lot of vacancies, but that does not tell the story of where those vacancies are in the recruiting efforts. As many, if not the overwhelming majority of those positions are in some form of recruitment. I'd also like to say that I think DGS is in a very healthy position when we look at our retention rate. The national average in terms of attrition for organizations as large as ours is 20%. DGS is at about 4.5% in terms of attrition. However, in the proposed FY22 budget, you'll see that our vacancy rate is going to drop down to close to 5%, allowing us to hire more employees.
Okay.
And currently we have 69 local vacancies that are open, but that does not tell the story of where they are in the recruitment process.
Are any of these positions frozen or inactive?
Again, we have a 7.9% vacancy rate. And so how many positions does that equate to? I can get that to you, but right now we have 69 active vacancies that we're in some form of recruitment for.
Okay. So I mean, that's a pretty high number of vacancies. I mean, the retention rate is wonderful. That's an excellent thing. But there are a number of vacancies. Are there challenges staffing up?
No, I think we're going through our normal attrition. So again, out of the 69 vacancies, a significant amount of those are in the recruitment process. I think we're just we're staffing up at a normal rate, and we are doing a good job of attracting and retaining employees, especially at a 4.2% attrition rate.
Okay. Can you send to the committee an updated Schedule A by next Wednesday, including the position numbers, title, salary, and fringe program and activity codes, funding source, and whether they are frozen or inactive?
We'll be happy to provide that with the committee.
Okay, thank you. And I know I said that quickly, so if anybody taking notes and missed anything, let me know.
I think we're recording it. We got it.
Okay. The DGS budget includes the West End Library Firehouse Maintenance Fund with over $1 million balance, but it looks like annual expenditures are generally around $100,000 to $200,000. What's the purpose of keeping this fund balance over $1 million?
I'm going to turn to Mrs. D, but I believe we reduced that budget to be more in line of projected revenues for the Western Library and Fire Station by about, I believe it was in the neighborhood of $500,000. But in terms of the fund balance, I'd have to defer to Mrs. D.
Councilmember, I believe the balance is about $2 million. Typically, you are correct. We spend about $200,000 or so on an annual basis, some of which is spent by DGS. The rest is spent by DCPL. And we use the funds to maintain the fire station portion. Similar to HOAs, there are different types of things that you have to pay for to maintain the station. So that's what we use the funds for. Typically, there might be other repairs that may be needed for both the DCPL portion and the fire station portion. So we use additional funds for that.
Okay. And will this fund keep growing, or does it, like by statute, cap out at some point?
I don't believe there's a cap, but we could certainly look into it. But to the director's point, this year, the revenues are predicted to be lower than last.
Okay. I'm just about out of time for this round, so let me turn to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairperson White. Director Anderson, for the public education facilities activity, I noticed that overtime pay is being reduced by about half, from 2.3 million in FY21 approved to just about 1.1 million in FY22 proposed. And I don't see a corresponding investment in regular pay. Can you discuss what this reduction in overtime is about and the potential impact that it could have in terms of—
So can you explain that?
I'm sorry?
Oh.
Hi,
I'm Michelle, sorry.
No problem. So there's about $700,000 reduction in our overtime pay and a gross fund level. Really what you'll see is that there is a corresponding increase on the contractual side of things. So oftentimes you'll see a CSG 41 increase and a CSG 35 increase on our facility side. And really that's because we're also having more of our contractors perform some of the work that our in-house staff used to do with overtime.
Okay, so that was about to be my next question in terms of what was the increase for in contractual services, and how are we doing in terms of oversight of those contractors? So I guess what you're saying, just to clarify, is that decrease in overtime pay is because we're having a lot more contractors who's conducting this work as opposed to DGS employees.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Regarding the capital budget for DGS, I noticed a few things being zeroed out, such as hazardous material abatement, enhancements to the communication infrastructure, the 2-year roof replacement. are these things sort of being zeroed out because you've decided now to just essentially move facilities, get a new building?
I think what you'll see is some of these are being zeroed out because these projects are being completed.
Okay.
And being closed out, and some of the one-time costs are now no longer funded. So I think the majority of that is just these projects are being completed and we're zeroing them out and closing those projects out.
Okay. Okay. And finally, I just wanted to check in on a couple of projects / issues that we've heard come up in other hearings from school communities. So for instance, Whittier Elementary, which is in Ward 4, I understand that they're slated for an elevator installation, but the community had been complaining about the leaks that were happening with the roof. I think we talked about this before, and you all said that you were having somebody who was going out to check things out, and I kind of wanted to see where things were there.
I need to check on the roof the elevator installation for Whittier. I believe that's a Truesdale project, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken. But I do know, Councilmember, that we have had conversations about the roof at Whittier.
You're right. Yes.
Which we've since addressed. Now, I'm not sure if there's a elevator installation for Whittier, but there is one for Truesdale.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's correct.
The funding is in place for FY22.
For FY22. So it wouldn't start until this school year. Are you all concerned about doing an elevator installation in the middle of the school year? Or is this something that would likely wait until students are not on campus?
We're going to be starting the design in FY22, but it would most likely be done while the kids are not in school.
Okay.
It's a pretty intrusive project, so it would behoove us to do it while the kids are not there.
Right. We heard from a lot of members of the Langley community in Ward 5 at their budget hearing around sinks not working in the bathrooms, some of the particular toilets, et cetera, not being working. They're not in the modernization list at all, but I'm curious, has any of this showed up on your radar in terms of work orders? Are these just parents who are commenting, but not necessarily talking to the school community, who can then communicate with you all that we need to handle some of these items?
If I could get the list from you, I can check that against our work order list, but I'll have the team pull all the work orders from the Langdon Elementary School, or is that Langdon?
Langley.
Langley Recreation Center.
No, the school.
My apologies, Langley Elementary School.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And finally, how's it going at Banneker? Are we going to open on time? The kids going to be able to go to school there?
Yes, we will. By the way, I do have 5 open work orders at Langley. I have them here. And I'll be happy to provide you an update with those. But in terms of Banneker, yes, Banneker is going to be an education facility that we'll all be proud of, I can assure you.
Well, yeah, be proud of. I just want to make sure that it's going to open on time.
It will open on time.
Okay. And am I correct that you still be bringing back the jog park and skate park once construction is complete?
Field, dog park, and skate park.
Okay.
Yes, we'll come back.
All right. And finally, West Education Campus, which will be West Elementary School. I believe the first classrooms were expected to be completed the first week of June. Has this happened?
Again, West is another project that is on schedule for opening in August.
All right. Sorry, I had to throw that out there for my neighbors because
I understand. And it's a beautiful facility. It's going to be a beautiful facility, and I'm sure they'll be proud to have that asset in their community.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for you. Y'all's budget is fairly straightforward this particular year, which is nice to see. But if we could just follow up on the work orders for those couple of schools that we talked about, that'd be great.
Langley, and that was Whittier, correct?
Correct. Yes. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. We have a few more projects we'll be checking in on school projects at the end of this hearing. We have a running list of things that come to us if you ever want to coordinate, Councilmember Henderson. So thank you so much, Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, you already confirmed that, excuse me, the new Deanwood Library is not going to be in your bailiwick, but there will be a continuing building there as part of the community center. And that's where the new library will be built, in that space that's there. So can you tell me what exactly will go in the space where the library currently is at this point? So we'll know what to be able to share with the community at this point, what will be forthcoming in that space.
I think what needs to happen is a conversation with DCPL and DPR about the programmatic needs for that space. I know the community will have some input in that as well. I know, so I think it's a little premature for me to say exactly what's going to go in there before we have an opportunity to engage the community with DCPL and DPR about what the community would like to see occupy that space.
Yeah, we would certainly like to be a part of that as well, Mr. Director. Do you have any thoughts, any ideas yet as to what, based on your discussions thus far, as to what kinds of services, what kinds of programs will go into the space that's now located in the Deanwood Community Center?
Not at this time. I know Deanwood is a very active community. There's a lot going on in the Deanwood Recreation Center, from aquatics to a radio station to IDs to a teen space to I believe they have a tech lab. So it's, I just don't know. So it'd be prudent for us to engage the Deanwood community about what they'd like to see in their recreation center with DPR and DCPL at the table. I do not want to speak on behalf of the Deanwood community because it is a very active and a very vocal community. And I'm pretty sure they know exactly what they would like to see in that programmatic, in that space.
Well, you're right. It is a very active community. It is absolutely right. And we would appreciate being included in those discussions when they start, Keith.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Now we've talked about, we worked on the HVAC system in the building itself. Are there any lingering replacement issues, problems with the HVAC system now in the community center?
I know that with the weather now heating up, we're ensuring that the contractor is on site, fine tuning to ensure that there are no problems. And if they are, they'll address them immediately. And I'd like to thank you for your support and the Deanwood community for their support and patience, quite frankly, as we worked hard to address that HVAC issue. But
we appreciate the fact that you did it as promptly as you possibly could, and you were as responsive as you possibly could in getting the lingering issues addressed, which were numerous. So thank you for doing that. We really appreciate that.
Our pleasure.
So we'll hear from you in your office about the process for the new library once that gets underway. Is that will it be a person who's assigned to that in your office? I'm just trying to understand the mechanics.
So when the community engagement starts with DCPL and DPR, John Stokes, my team, will be a part of that process. Now ensure that he communicates with your office on the goings on in the meetings and all the rest of it, so that you can be a part and your team can be a part of that process moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Director, to say the least. I want to turn quickly now to some feasibility studies that are in the purview of DGS. One involves River Terrace, which I know you're familiar with, and another one, Benning Stoddard Recreation Center, which we've talked about as well. Some of that work, from my understanding, was delayed, and I'm not really sure what those delays are about. And I really would appreciate if you could explain why we've experienced these delays and where are we in this process at this point.
So I'm pleased to announce that the studies are underway and that I do expect them to be completed before the end of this fiscal year. If there were any delays in getting the studies off the ground, it was because we had to divert our attention to fight the pandemic. But nonetheless, the studies are underway. They're happening as we speak, and I do anticipate those to be completed this fiscal year.
Okay.
For
And
both River Terrace and Benning Stoddard.
Yes, River Terrace, and because River Terrace has had, they don't have anything. There is no recreational facility there at all. The Benning Stoddard is a facility that was just not built well in the first place. And it needed, the question we had raised was, what we raised was around expanding the height of the facility, because
Correct.
what's there, well, you've seen it. I mean,
Yeah.
you and I saw it together.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We were looking at the second floor. So we're studying the feasibility of that and looking at River Terrace, and I look forward to furnishing those reports to you as soon as they're completed.
Okay, do you have any estimates as to when the feasibility questions will be addressed around River Terrace and around Benning Stoddard?
We're looking for both reports to be completed before the end of the fiscal year, so within the coming months.
So not later than the end of September of this fiscal year?
No later than September 30, I can assure you that.
Okay. All right, we'll look forward to getting those from you, and we'll look forward to the answers around what will happen at River Terrace and what will happen with Benning Stoddard in terms of expanding the size of that facility as well. So can we count on you to say that there won't be any, that the dollars won't be swept? I don't want to go back to a community and say, I'm sorry, but this is going to be delayed. This isn't going to happen right now.
The feasibility study?
Your commitment to say, look,
the feasibility, the contract has already been procured. That's already afoot. That's already done. So that couldn't happen. We've already procured the services. They're working, and we're looking forward to the final report by the end of the fiscal year.
So there won't be any funds swept. Let's put it that way.
Well, the funds are encumbered as we speak in a active contract. So unless there's some type of an emergency, we're moving forward with the report.
Okay, fantastic. And I'm looking forward to getting those reports as well. So would you please, you and your office, please notify us when you're at the stage of being able to reveal what the feasibility studies have yielded as a result of your work?
We'll be happy to do so, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We're at time for this round, Councilmember Gray.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director, the RFK and Armory Maintenance Fund, which has an increase of $750,000 in the FY22 proposed budget. What's changed from previous years with the maintenance of RFK and the Armory? Because this is new money here.
So do you want to explain, Alan?
Sure. Council member, in the FY22 budget, the RFK budget is about $1.2 million, and they're spread out across various activities. You'll see it in activity 3010 for facilities costs, in security services in activity 4001, as well as in PS costs. There are about 4 FTEs, so you'll see that increase. It used to be on the local side, and now it's been transferred to the SPR. So that's about 366,000 increase there. Actually, when you look at the RFK line, you'll see that it's zeroed out. So we are going to submit an errata letter to move some of the items that are in 3010 back to the RFK line. So you'll see that.
Okay, but so I think I understand kind of what it's going to be used for, but why is it different than in the past? So there's yeah, I mean, this $750,000 represents a significant increase, right?
Well, a good portion of that, like I mentioned, council member, about half of that, the 366,000 is just a transfer of funding for FTEs. So it used to be on the local side, and now it's being transferred to this fund. So it looks like it's an increase.
Okay,
okay. Money.
Thank you.
Sure.
So the biggest proposed change to your operating budget, and this is activity 8001, is a $16.9 million drop in the payments for rent on in-leased spaces. And I see a note that says 12.6 million in one-time funding from FY21 is dropping out, and part of that was for in-transit property rent. What does that mean?
Our portfolio team has been able and has done a yeoman's job and able to negotiate one-time rent concessions on behalf of the District of Columbia, which is how we were able to realize that $16.9 million in savings. I'll let Ms. Hicks explain further or give you a little more specificity on how that works.
Finding my unmute button. Yes, as Director Anderson just explained, we are in a great position in the current market as a strong tenant, and we are actively looking at our in-lease portfolio to secure savings for this upcoming fiscal year, and those negotiations are underway.
Okay. And what does in transit mean with respect to rent?
In transit simply means that the lease was executed, but the space has yet to be delivered.
Okay. Okay. But so have we? Now it looks like we are expanding our in-leased footprint for 22. So we're expanding our footprint, but overall costs are down. Is that right?
That is correct. It's kind of a balancing act. We have some estimated savings, but on one side of the portfolio, certainly the footprint has increased, and so our costs will increase as well.
Okay.
And then we have natural rent escalations that occur, real estate taxes that have to be paid, OpEx reconciliations. So those all add to the increase.
And last year, the construction services operating budget decreased from 22.6 million to 3.7 million. In the proposed FY22 budget, that would go back up slightly to $5.8 million, but that's still pretty far below where it was in FY, I guess that would be 20. And it looks like a bulk of that increase is related to expanding MPD's lease space at 2850 New York Avenue. Can you explain that a little bit more? What's going on with that property? And yeah, I'll get to the rest of the questions later. What's going on with that property?
So we have, earlier this year, we executed a lease amendment where we secured additional parking for MPD, 2 additional parking lots, and we are currently negotiating about 20,000 square feet in office space that MPD will hope to occupy in the near future.
Okay. So we're still seeing a very significant reduction in the construction services operation budget since FY20. Why has this portion of the budget been reduced so much over the past 2 fiscal years?
Councilmember, that's a result of the DC General demolition that's being removed. So we used to have funding for the demo of DC General, but since that's been completed, we no longer need the funds there.
Okay. And the looking at the protective services division operating budget, activity 4001. The budget proposal has a net cut of $2.3 million, but the narrative portion of your operating budget chapter highlights a $1.7 million enhancement from local funds. How do we reconcile this? What's going on here?
So that's a removal of the one-time that was placed in our FY20 budget, FY21 budget.
So the PSD operating budget is indeed being cut by 2.3 million.
Correct. So there was a removal of a $4 million one time and then addition of 1.7 for a delta of negative 2.3.
Okay. And we see a number of vacant positions within PSD. Why is that?
Again, on the Schedule A, that may not speak to where they are in the recruiting process. So when we update the committee with the Schedule A, we'll be sure to add those positions in PSD as well and where they are in the recruiting process.
Okay. Final question on this line. There were a number of concerns expressed by PSD when policies were put in place this spring to respond to the insurrection. My understanding is that PSD has to work 12-hour shifts when the DC National Guard is activated, but the DC National Guard isn't necessarily activated by the mayor. So why is our local PSD officers are required to hold 12-hour shifts when another government activates the DC Guard?
Yes, sir. That was kind of an unusual situation with the insurrection, excuse me, insurrection at the Capitol, and then adjusting for the inauguration. The DC National Guard actually remained activated until May 31st. So we remained activated with them. The schedule we implemented was because their demand for security was greater than it would normally have been. But while our members were put on 12-hour shifts, nobody worked more than 84 hours per pay period. Basically what it did was build in 4 hours of overtime. And we worked a 12-hour shift schedule where we broke everybody up into 4 groups. They worked one group on day work, one group on night, alternated back and forth. No group ever worked more than 4 days in a row. Generally it was 3s and 2s. There was a rotating days off schedule. But it allowed us to adequately cover the DC National Guard while they were activated because we're their sole security provider.
Okay. I do have concerns about the linkage of PSD to a federal entity, but we can address that down the line. I'm out of time for this round. Councilmember Henderson has dropped off, so let me turn to you, Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director Anderson, I wanted to turn to a project that's been around for a while. My committee, my office, was responsible for providing $200,000, which seems minuscule, and when you compare it to the overall DGS budget, like it is minuscule. And the program was to find a water source, create a water source for the Kingman Park Rosedale Community Garden that has just been sitting at this point. So can you provide me an update on where we are, Director Anderson, with that project?
Right. So with that project is it's currently on hold, unfortunately. So we have completed the design of that project. Unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, we diverted some of those resources to fight the pandemic. So that's where we are right now with that project.
But why is I mean, it really seems minuscule to me. $200,000 out of a huge budget. It was $490 million. I think it was you were speaking to the budget. That seems so minor in comparison to the larger DGS budget at this stage. I just don't understand why it would be stopped at this point. Why it would be held? I don't get it.
Right. I mean, we do have a large budget, but every dollar is accounted for. And when we were faced with fighting the pandemic, I had to use every available resource to get us through this. And that's the decision I made, and that's what we did. I am happy to work with you in the committee as we move forward, because this water source for the Kingman, I'm sorry, not the Kingman Island,
Kingman Park.
Kingman Park
Yeah.
has been a conversation that we've had for several years now. So I am willing to come back to the table and help figure this out. But I did divert resources to fight the pandemic that would have gone to install the water source at the park. But moving forward, I'm willing to work with the committee to on that water source for Kingman Park.
Well, it just seems incredibly minor to me in the scheme of things. When I hear back from you, Director Anderson, what will I hear back from you about? I don't even understand at this point.
What I will do is I will just circle back with the team to get exactly where we are with this project, and then I will personally reach out to your team and update you.
Okay, it's just incredibly frustrating to me to have to tell a community that is very active, very engaged, has worked very hard to get people involved in the work of Kingman Park, and they deserve to have an answer. Don't you think they deserve to have an answer at this stage?
And I will be certain to give them an answer. But unfortunately, with the pandemic, with everything that we were faced to do to keep people healthy, to get our city back online, I did use those resources to fight the pandemic. But they do deserve an answer as well as a plan, and I'm willing to have that conversation.
Okay, can you give me a date by which I can tell the folks at Kingman Park that they will get an answer?
Can I get back with you within the next day or two so we can schedule that?
Okay, I'd appreciate that, because I really don't want to face those folks in Kingman Park again. They've got a very active civic association and a very active ANC contingent there as well. So I certainly would like to give them the answers that they deserve at this stage. They came together as a group to work on this water source issue. That they came to me and said they desperately wanted to get this done. So I'll tell them when I talk to them, it'll probably be in the next couple of days.
Right.
In the next couple of days, they'll get an answer from you.
That's correct. So the good news is we've completed the design for it, but the construction funding aspect is not there. And that's what we'll schedule and have the conversation with the community about.
Okay. And I'll look forward to telling them that they can expect something in the next couple of days as an answer. Is that a fair statement to make?
I was going to get back to you in the next couple of days with the schedule to speak to the community.
Okay, so what am I telling them? I just want to be clear. I don't want to.
That I'm willing to have a conversation. I'm willing to have a conversation with the Kingman Park community about where their project is and where we're going. And I'd like to schedule that with your office in the coming days.
Okay.
Schedule the meeting in a couple of days, not have the meeting in a couple of days.
Understood.
All right.
Okay. Let me turn to schools, a couple of schools issues quickly. Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have left for this on this round?
A little less than 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll start with this one. The old Randall School Highlands project is slated to become, which I think you know, slated to become an early childhood education campus.
That's correct.
We've had a number of different concepts that have been talked about with that and various concerns that have been promoted. Can you tell me what the status is of that project, Director Anderson?
We did let an RFP for that project, the Old Randall School. The contractor has been selected, and that project is moving forward.
Okay. So when will it be launched? And what is the timeline for getting the project moving and completed?
Tiffany.
Summer 22.
Is when it will be completed?
Yeah, it's going to commence when, and when will it be completed?
It's been awarded and the delivery of the project is scheduled for summer of 22.
Have we broken ground yet?
I don't believe so. I'll confirm that.
So we have a delivery date of summer 2022. I need to confirm it when we break ground, but we do have the contractor on board, and I'm confident that project will be completed on time.
Okay, so can you all give me Director Anderson, give me a timeline? Quickly, let's put it that way.
Right.
We're currently in design, so we have not broken ground yet.
Okay, and you expect it to be delivered, completed in 22? Is that what you're saying? Summer of 22?
Correct.
Okay. I think my time is up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Director. The auto fuel costs. You had mentioned this in your statement. Sorry, let me looking at a number of notes. All right, let me go somewhere else. The no, we did this already. Sorry about that. All right, auto fuel costs. Those moved out of your agency budget, and you mentioned that those moved to, is that DPW's budget?
That is correct. Approximately $10.8 million was transferred to DPW's budget as they do manage the District of Columbia's fleet. That those costs did move to DPW's budget.
Okay. How much of a shift in operational responsibility does that represent, as opposed to just like an accounting practice?
So the agencies were already working. We were all like, as I mentioned in my testimony, we were intertwined working. OCP was managing the contract. The money was in our budget, but DPW was the actual administrator of the program. I think being the administrator of the program and having the funding in your program actually streamlines the services, because now you don't have to go to yet another agency to request and furnish reports for payment. So I think not only this was an accounting exercise, but I think it streamlined the operations for this service for our district employees.
Have you been in touch with DPW to make sure they understand how their new fuel cost line was calculated?
We have. Michelle and her team have been in contact with DPW and worked with them on this transfer. So this is something that we started talking about months ago. So Michelle, is there anything you want to add?
Yes, so sir, actually we based our projections off of DPW's worksheets. So, you know, we didn't just create kind of the projections on our own. Certainly we worked with our OCFO team and the DPW team because they have the consumption rates. And so we took a look at some of the consumption levels from previous years and multiplied that by a certain rate.
Okay. To assist our sister committee that has oversight over DPW, can you provide an annual usage for auto fuel for the last 3 fiscal years, since it came under your budget in the past, projected usage for this fiscal year, next fiscal year, and unit cost for fiscal year 22?
Sure, we could provide that by agency level. And I'll work with the team to see if we have the last 3 years, but we certainly can provide that to you.
Thank you. The information technology line in the agency management budget proposal, activity 1040, shows a $465,000 increase from FY21. What initiatives are covered in the IT increase support?
A portion of that actually supports some of the PS increases in the IT team, as well as vital needs such as funding for licenses and printing services that were cut during the pandemic.
And your contracting and procurement operating budget proposal has an increase of over $2 million. This is activity 6001. Which is a 89% jump from this fiscal year. Why is such a sharp jump for this budget item? And again, this is activity 6001, the contracting and procurement operating budget.
A good portion of that, sir, is actually showing in our vacancy rate, which was in FY21, and it's being placed in that line. So you'll see most of the increases in CSG 11 and CSG 14. There's about a $1.3 million increase in CSG 11. But as the budget chapter points, we also do have an additional 3 FTEs for that program.
Okay. There was underspending in the contracting and procurement division in 19 and 20. So how do we account for such a big jump in FY22?
Councilmember, I have to look at what the spending was, the underspending was in, but it was likely in the NPS line item. And as you may know, the mayor did freeze a number of our NPS spend plan line items because of the pandemic, and to make sure that we didn't spend more than what the revenue was forecasting at the time, or what the OCFO was projecting at the time. So that's likely where you see a small surplus.
Okay, check on that, because it was in FY19, it was underspent as well, which was prior to the pandemic. How do you, and I know Councilmember Henderson had asked about the occupancy fixed costs. So she asked one of the questions I was going to ask, but the other part of this is how do you calculate your occupancy fixed cost budget for DC government facilities?
So we do that in a number of ways. We do use the International Facilities Management Association, as well as BOMA, Building Association Management, to take a look at the different rates that they associate with each building. So one, we look at whatever contractual costs we have to pay for the upcoming fiscal year. So whether that's CMCs, any janitorial services, plumbing, electrical, HVAC services, and the like. And then we also take look at any buildings that have elevators, for instance, and certainly we build that into our costs and our budget. And then we take a look at any upcoming buildings, any new construction, and how we would finance that, the services that go along with any new construction. And for any fields, for instance, we also make sure that we take a look at any landscaping and mowing costs.
Okay. And I won't be able to go through all 27 of your capital projects today, but we will cover a few more of them. Could you provide us with your proposed spending plans for your available capital projects by next Wednesday?
We'll be happy to supply the committee with that.
Thank you. I'm about out of time for this round, so let me turn to Councilmember Gray if you have more questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, I think there is a child development center that is slated for Drew Elementary School that is to be forthcoming in the fiscal years 25 to 27. Is that right about those dates?
I'm actually trying to find my list of the upcoming child development centers, because there are a number of them that DCPS has planned.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilman, what was your question again?
My question was, around the Drew Elementary School modernization. I was trying to confirm the dates. I think what I saw, I think it was in the capital improvement plan was 25 to 27. Is that correct?
I don't have the dollar amount, but I know it's loaded in FY22, and that is an early child education project for Drew Elementary School in Ward 7. There's also one for Aton Elementary School. Ward 7 is part of a full modernization.
Right.
And then when we move down to FY24, there's one slated for Thomas Elementary School as part of a full modernization.
That's Neville Thomas. Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Director?
I believe so. Neville Thomas Elementary School, yes.
Okay.
And that is, and in 26, we have Burville Elementary School in Ward 7.
What was that again?
In FY26, money comes available for Burville.
Oh, Burville. Okay. I think there's also $24 million slated for modernization of Smothers. Is that right?
Tiffany, is that in the CIP for Smothers?
Smothers.
That is 24 million in FY22 for Smothers.
Okay. That's in 22?
That is correct.
Okay, and how much is that? Is that 24 million, 24.1 million?
Yes, 24.1 million in FY22 becomes available for Smothers.
Okay. Also, and I'm going to confirm this, we've got a modernization forthcoming for Whitlock also, which is being renamed, which I was very proud to do the legislation for that. It's going to be renamed, Aton is going to be renamed the Whitlock Elementary School. She was a storied educator in Ward 7, and we're really proud to be able to do that. So I think is it correct? It's a $58.3 million slated for that modernization.
Let me confirm that, Councilman.
Mm-hmm.
And what? In what fiscal year? 58 million in FY22. No, it's 58 million over the SIP starting in FY 5.4 becomes available in FY22. It's slated as Aton though, albeit the name change. But it's 5 million comes available next fiscal year, and then there's 58 million over the SIP.
Okay, and is the name change work being included in the modernization effort, Mr. Director?
I believe it should be.
Council member, it would be dependent on the legislative process to get the name change passed, but if that were to happen prior to delivery of the school, then we would address the name change within the.
Well, the name change has been approved. It's already been approved.
Okay.
It's been approved by, okay.
Yeah, the council has approved that. So is that going to be included in the work that you all are doing now? I just want to make sure that I'm clear about that.
If it's been approved by the council, then we're obligated to include it as part of the modernization.
Okay, I just want to, so I can say that it is included, because people will ask me about that one too, I can assure you. We've got some real advocates who are really quite involved with that project, to say the least.
No, if it's been passed by the council, we'll be obligated to change the name as part of the modernization.
Okay, and that'll be a part of the, which fiscal year is that going to take place? Is that 20?
I believe 5 million comes available 24. In 22 for A&E.
Okay. All right. We've got some playground issues that I want to just quickly ask. How much time do I have left, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind? Tell me where I am.
One moment, Councilmember Grab. I don't have my timer on, so.
Okay. Yeah, and I can't see, there's
One
no
minute.
grid for us to see here.
Yeah, sorry about that. 1 minute.
Okay.
You had a minute left, Councilmember Gray.
Okay, I was just waiting on the answer from the director.
My apologies. Can you repeat the question? My apologies.
Yeah, the question was, it was around the Whitlock Center, Whitlock School, and I was asking for some information about the playgrounds that are, to make sure they're included in the modernization for the new Whitlock School. Is that included in the modernization, Mr. Director?
Let me confirm that for you, Councilmember.
Okay. Well, I'll keep on going since my time is running at this stage.
We are over time, Councilmember Gray.
He talked me right on out of that one, didn't he? I should be able to hopefully finish on the next round, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'll hold you to it, Councilmember Gray.
Yes, sir.
Okay, of course. Director Anderson, the capital project for energy retrofitting shows $3.4 million in FY22, $1 million in FY23, and $1.25 million in FY24. How close will that get us to the benchmarks in the Clean Energy DC Omnibus bill?
Councilmember White, the energy retrofit project that you're looking at is a subset of what is really our strategic energy management plan, the SIMP. And that strategic energy management plan is going to be, we're working on it now, and it's going to be finalized by the end of this fiscal year. So development of the SIMP will really get us, a lot of the information that you're looking to pull out of the energy retrofitting work, because that's a compliance pathway in the SIM.
So we should expect a plan with funding amounts attached to it at some time in the future?
That's correct. We're going to be formulating costs of what that energy retrofit program really is over the life of that capital project as part of the strategic energy management plan. And that's our, plan with how we're going to comply with BEPS, energy performance standards.
Okay. Well, they have some, there are some timelines in the legislation. The act requires a plan for retrofits of 9% of district building square footage by the end of FY24. Are we on track for that?
I think we are on track for that. The different compliance cycles, there are 2 compliance cycles for us to work within. And yes, I think we are on track to meet the goals that are outlined there.
Okay. The funding amount indicated by our public witness from the Sierra Club had a price tag of about $125 million. What are your thoughts on that price tag? Is that the kind of the ballpark we're looking at?
So the funding amounts, again, that will be part of that'll be part of our strategic energy management plan. There will be some operating portions of it which will kind of focus on retuning and optimizing the buildings. And then there will be capital portions of it, which is the energy retrofitting that we're talking about, upgrading end-of-life equipment. I don't really want to speak on their figure that they put into their testimony just yet. I think it is going to be something that we really put together on a building by building level as part of our energy management plan.
Director, has DGS increased the number of new buildings that you plan to deliver as net zero energy buildings going forward in light of the experiences that you've had with Banneker and West?
So Banneker West and Stead Park Recreation Center will be the first tranche of net zero buildings that we'll have in our inventory. This is a pilot, and I'd like to be able to bring those buildings online and really understand how they operate, how we maintain them, and all the rest of it before we start planning new net zero energy buildings. I have to admit, the environmentalist in me would like to make all of our buildings net zero, but we need to get through this pilot of the first three buildings before we start looking at expanding. And as we build these buildings, the technology changes every day. So it's something that we're monitoring closely, but it's the right thing to do. And I'm very proud that we've been able to bring on what I'll say is the first net zero high school in the city, if not the area, as well as elementary school. And those will be online this summer.
So how long are these net zero buildings going to have to be online before we can start modifying future projects?
I would like to take at least a good school year or two and work with DCPS just to monitor them, because we're making significant capital investments. So would like to have these buildings online, learn from them, and make these investments strategically as we move forward for net zero.
Are we making any changes to our the scope of our projects before you've had a year to had a chance to get these online and sort of observe them for a year?
No, we're not. No, we're not making any changes to our scope. We're still building to at the very minimum LEED standards, which is part of the Green Building Act. Hey there. So we're going to ensure that we continue to, any building over 10,000 square feet has to meet certain environmental standards. So our youngsters like that can be healthy in our buildings, a building that they can actually learn from. We're going to continue to monitor it with our client agency, DCPS, our client agency, DPR, and wherever we may be to build the most energy efficient buildings in our portfolio. But I want to bring these buildings online first, get the teams, our maintenance teams acclimated to the net zero buildings, and then possibly move forward with expanding in the coming years.
Director, if I could also add some information for that the buildings will be net zero ready. Net zero is a certification process, and it takes about 12 to 18 months of the building operating to be certified as net zero. So we'll have to go through that process.
Okay. I imagine that a lot of folks outside of government are going to say we're taking too long to make changes. I do understand your point. We have to see how things work. But there are net zero buildings elsewhere, right, in the country. These aren't the first buildings in the country. So can't we look at construction practices in other places and use that to inform our processes?
And we are, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we've done with Banneker West, and that's what we're doing with Stead Park. 3 to 4 years ago, the biggest net zero building you would find would probably be 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. Now we're building net zero buildings or net zero ready buildings, as Ms. Moore pointed out, that are in the neighborhood of 60 to 70,000 square feet, which is actually Banneker is bigger than that, maybe close to 250,000 square feet. as the technology advances, we're going to continue to follow the trends, to follow the science, to ensure that we're delivering energy efficient buildings. But know that any building, anything that we build that is 10,000 square feet or higher will be built to the district's current green building codes, as we do with all our buildings.
All right, thank you. I'm out of time for this round. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, there's something in the budget which I wish you would explain for me. It talks about outdoor wellness, fitness hubs, one per ward. And if there's one per ward, that means it's obviously one in Ward 7. Can you tell me where the center will be in Ward 7 and exactly what will it do?
Well, I can tell you about the outdoor fitness hub. It's essentially an outdoor gym. This is something that has been popular on the West Coast, and we're bringing it here to the city in partnership with our partners at DPR. Where the exact locations are in each ward, I do not have that, but I'll be happy to furnish that to the committee, especially the one for Ward 7. But it's outdoor fitness gym where you can do your pull-ups, your push-ups. It's an outdoor fitness center. So something that I think will complement our park system very well. Again, our park system was rated #1 in the country. Particularly, it scored 100% for the investments made by Mayor Bowser in our park system. So I believe this outdoor fitness system will complement our already wonderful park system and give our residents and visitors another avenue to stay healthy.
When will you have the information on what's going to be done in Ward 7?
We will confer with our partners at DPR.
Okay, is it DPR that will have an answer? Because I have not participated in their hearing yet, okay? So should I work with them too?
We'll reach out to them and update the committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'd appreciate that. Also, Mr. Director, there's a request in the budget for an additional $3.5 million for one of our favorite projects, and that is the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center. And what is that additional $3.5 million going to be needed for?
Let me check on that for you, sir. We're talking about the Therapeutic Recreation Center. I believe that's currently a $57 million.
G Street.
Right, that's currently a $50 million project.
Yeah.
The extra $3.5 million, I'd have to figure out what that's for.
Yeah, we've had the family of Joy Evans involved too, so I know they will want to know if there's something being changed about the design and the development of it. There's no doubt they'll want to know. I want to know myself, what the change is.
Let me look into the additional $3.5 million. I think that would bring the project to almost $60 million.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And so what I can do is, if you'd be so kind, sir, to follow up with the committee on with a written response to that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. We've got work going on, as you know, at the Fletcher Johnson former school. It's a site, and we're concerned now, and you and I have talked about this periodically, about the approach to how you deal with dumping and vandalism and the lighting issues that exist there as well. And of course, we have a developer that's now selected for the site. So, can you talk to us about what the security issues are, how they're being addressed at this stage, and the lighting and the like, along St. Louis Street, which is right there where the site is as well. So, can you update us now on what's being done about the issues that exist there around the site?
Fletcher Johnson is a
Security
site
issues and
that
whatnot?
Fletcher Johnson is a site that we manage that is a vacant building. We do have protocols in place for managing vacant buildings. Usually we discontinue certain utilities such as water, gas, and many times now electric because we need that for lighting. But we do have processes where we board the building. We do our PSD division does regular sweeps of the building, and our facilities management division does regular sweeps of the building to ensure that no one's been able to enter the property and to check for vandalism and maybe encampments in the building to ensure that none of those activities are taking place. I would like to commend the community for informing us of the dumping, and so that's something that we've been monitoring regularly. And so we will continue to do that and work with the community to ensure that it's a safe environment until such time it's ready to be developed. And like you said, sir, there's a developer that has been selected for that.
Director, we just want to inform the committee that we installed bollards at the site to reduce the chances of vehicles entering for illegal dumping.
Is there a plan to prevent those kinds of issues, Mr. Gonzalez? So that we can see that. If you have a plan in place, I'd like to get a copy of it. At least give it to the committee.
Yeah, we're doing our best to discourage illegal dumping. Our vacant teams are monitoring and working closely with PSD, and physical barriers like those bollards we have seen that to prove to be effective. But we're going to continue to monitor it closely.
So, is there a plan that addresses this kind of the vandalism and the lighting and the other problems that have existed at Fletcher Johnson and will continue to exist unless there's really a plan in place by DGS to address those issues?
So what I can commit to is what we've put in place for Fletcher Johnson, given the activities in and around that building that we've dealt with in the past. Because with Fletcher Johnson, we've increased sweeps with PSD, we've increased sweeps with our FMD team. We've even had to go in there with the K9 unit to ensure there was no activity in the building. So what I will do, because some buildings attract more activity than others, what I'd be happy to do is just give you the plan for this that we have for the specific activities in and around Fletcher Johnson, what we're doing there to ensure that the building remains vacant and safe around the exterior.
Yeah, we had concerns about the occupancy that there were people, inappropriately occupying the building itself.
That's correct.
And now with a contractor being selected, but that doesn't take away the need that exists, as you know, for securing the property itself. So is that something you can provide to the committee, Mr. Director?
What I can provide is what we're doing for Fletcher Johnson so that
Yes.
you can understand what the schedule is in terms of sweeps, checking the building for possible intrusion and things of that nature for that specific property.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I can see on your face that I just go right ahead. I had two more areas that I was going to cover, and I can probably cover them very quickly, but I don't want to interrupt yours. Go right ahead.
We'll do another round. No problem, Councilmember Gray.
Thank you. Thank you.
Director, we were talking about fuel costs during my last round. The remainder of your utilities are proposed to increase by $5.3 million. You have programmed money out of utilities this fiscal year due to reduced usage during the pandemic from empty government buildings. Are you now anticipating full occupancy in the fall with these utility costs?
So in terms of the occupancy, we do expect more folks in the building, but in terms of the actual budget itself, in reality, the electricity, natural gas, water, waste, and sustainable DC budgets are actually flat or with minimal increases. Any increases are really a result of any buildings that are added to the portfolio. We've also, and Mr. Floca knows way better than I do in terms of sustainability, but we've also been retro commissioning and retrofitting a number of buildings to improve the efficiency of the HVAC systems. What you see in terms of the increases specifically in the water, sustainable DC, and waste management is actually because there's been a transfer of the expenditures from a client agency to our local budget, and we're going to be sending actually an errata letter as it's double counting really at this point because we didn't remove it from the client agency side. So it's really a transfer of the funds.
Okay, so what looks to be pretty substantial increases in sustainable DC, waste management, and water, among other than the utility budget. This is an accounting error, so to speak.
Yes, sir. We have to make a technical correction. S&E is overstated by about $1.5 million.
Okay. Could you provide the committee by next Wednesday the actual usage in each of these utility categories over the past 3 fiscal years?
You can provide some actuals. I'll work with the team in terms of the usage and work with your committee, sir, to see what works best in terms of the numbers. But yes, we will provide you information.
Thank you. Your proposed budget would add $2 million to the capital improvements plan for facilities conditions assessments, something that we talk through frequently. How many facility conditions assessments will be conducted in FY22?
Councilmember, we have not gotten to that exercise yet. We will be doing that this coming summer, but we can certainly follow up with that information and provide it to the committee.
Okay, but when you say you haven't gotten to that exercise, you haven't mapped out which ones you're doing yet?
That's correct. We have to look at the SIP, understand what projects are capital eligible, and then the remainder of the funding for FCAs then has to be converted into operating pay-go expenses so we can address other areas of the portfolio that are not capital eligible. So it's an exercise that we have to work internally as well as engage our client agencies to understand what are their priorities as well in terms of their assets.
All right. The committee recently received your first report under a 2011 law that requires DGS to list changes in your property portfolio. It seems like the report was incomplete, or at least that's the way I read it, because it only lists 4 new shelters and 1 acquired school in FY20, but your budget proposal mentions that there were 14 new buildings added that year. Where's this discrepancy come from?
I would have to review that internally. If you can give us some time, we can certainly follow up with the committee and provide an update.
Okay, I would appreciate that. We heard some testimony, and you mentioned this too, Director, in your testimony about the Cromell School, which I was very happy to see funded through the capital budget and the DPR budget. What's your timeline for starting work on the Cromell School Rec Center project?
So the money becomes available in FY22 and FY23. So we are going to be working with DPR in short order to begin engaging the community on what they would like to see in their recreation center. In FY22, it looks like we'll be able to bring on the design firm or the A&E firm in which we can really get to the meat of what's going to be designed at that new community center.
Okay.
So we look forward to working with DPR, like I said, in short order as the money becomes available in October to begin the community engagement process. We'll be at the same time procuring A&E and a general contractor as the funds become available and as we get closer and deeper into the design phase.
How long do you expect the project to take?
I believe we're looking at a 24 completion, but I need to confirm that with the team.
Okay. Another thing I was very happy to see in the mayor's budget proposal was funding for the LGBTQ community center. That's through DMPED's budget. Obviously, you don't represent DMPED, but we have requested that you engage with the LGBTQ organization about their facility needs. Has that happened?
We have, and they've received the grant. So they received the grant. We've engaged with them, and I think they are actively looking for new space. So I think they're in a good place.
Okay. Are you working with DMPED to examine whether there's any existing district-owned property that might be right for these organizations?
Not at this time. I think they're looking at another space, but we're happy to be a resource should they need us.
Okay, I'll check in with them and see what they need.
Okay.
Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember, I just wanted to follow up on the therapeutic recreation center.
Okay.
So that's additional $3.5 million was added because DPR increased the scope. So, they have a very active therapeutic aquatic center in the therapeutic recreation center. Well, DPR is looking at making that a little larger. So there's some things of that nature that they want to increase the scope, which is why the additional money was put into the budget. So I think it's a positive thing. So please do let the family know that that's a positive thing.
Okay, is that going to be reported to the community by DPR? You are going to report it? They're going to report it, or who?
As DPR engages the community in the community engagement meetings, they will inform the community.
Okay, and you don't know, do you know when they're going to report that out?
I don't have the schedules for that, but once we find out, we'll alert your office.
Okay, I appreciate it. I think, as most people know, Winston Education Campus is a former school also. And we've had deteriorating conditions of that school for some time now. And what is the status of the school at this stage, other than just, keeping it from falling down completely? And I pass the school almost daily, going from one place to the other. So what is the status of these conditions with Winston at this point?
Winston Elementary School?
Winston, yeah, Winston Education Campus. It was an elementary school at one point. It's a huge building. And I'm assuming that DGS has responsibility for doing something to maintain the building at this point. Is that correct? If so, what is being done to maintain the condition of the building?
Let me look into what's going on at Winston Elementary School. That has not hit my radar. So okay, I'd like an opportunity to understand what the concerns are. I just do not know this.
Yeah, it's on Erie Street, southeast. I mean, it's a huge building, and something needs to be done with it to put it back into some kind of use. But I'd like to know at least now what is being done.
It's a vacant property. Is it a vacant property we're talking about?
Yeah, it's been vacant for some time.
Winston
Very, absolutely, hugely vacant.
Okay,
there's no use at all for which the building is being put to it.
Okay, I would need to look into what that is. But if it's a building we manage, it would fall into our, again, vacant property, which we have the same protocols in terms of ensuring that there's no intrusion, cutting the utilities all except for electricity, and doing regular sweeps with the PSD team as well as the FMD team to ensure that the building is safe while it's vacant. But Winston this is the first time it's come up on my radar, so allow me to look into that.
It's adjacent to the Hillcrest Recreation Center, which I know you're familiar with that.
I know exactly where you're on the same campus. I know exactly what you're talking
Yes,
about. Okay.
it's the
Okay.
same campus, exactly right. And the
Okay.
school itself, the former school, is just deteriorated at this point. So I'd really like to get some feedback on exactly what is what are the conditions, what's being done to maintain the school, and what are the plans for it? I mean, to leave it sitting in a community like this is just, it's unconscionable. To leave a building empty like that now for several years.
Right.
What long past the point when something should have been done about it.
Okay, I need to see whose inventory that building's in and what the plans are for them. So allow me to check on that.
All right, so when can we get something back from you, Mr. Director?
I'll try to get something back while we're online, but if I do not, I will have to follow up with your officer.
Okay. And my last issue is the Fort DuPont Ice Arena. I know you're familiar with that one.
I'm very familiar with that one.
Yeah. So the design for the arena has now been presented to the community. The intent was supposed to be for 2 sheets of ice, as you will recall at one point. I don't understand what the status is of the 2 sheets of ice. It was supposed to be a first-class ice arena done that kids would be able to use not only the ice arena, they'd be able to use the baseball academy, which is right there as well. I don't even understand what's going on with the ice arena anymore.
Well, we are planning and designing a first-class ice arena. However, the budget doesn't allow for 2 sheets of ice. It allows for 1 sheet of ice. And so that's what we're designing to, sir. So it will be a world-class facility. I can assure you that. But I believe the budget for that asset is $25 million. And so we're able to build 1 sheet of ice.
Yeah, well, that's going to be, as you can imagine, it's going to be somewhat disappointing to a number of people who've been. The conversation has been all around having 2 sheets of ice at Fort DuPont, and now to know that it's only going to be a 1 sheet of ice. I don't understand how we got to that decision. Maybe you do, I don't. But I'd like to know what the reasoning behind that is for 1 sheet of ice, and why. Can you cite?
The budget doesn't allow, the $25 million that's allocated for the project does not allow us to build 2 sheets of ice. It's just, we cannot build 2 sheets of ice on that budget, with that budget rather. That's the bottom line.
Are there dimensions for what is going to be built there? Is that available to us to be able to, for the committee? Excuse me, for the committee.
We can provide that to the committee, the conceptual drawings.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman. We got some additional information to get back from DGS, some of which is not terribly exciting, but I'll look forward to getting that information from the committee, from the DGS, okay?
Absolutely, Councilmember Gray. We appreciate your participation, and we will make sure you get all the responses.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Director, as you're aware, this committee provided ongoing capital funding for our public restroom initiative, and we've seen some progress there. I want to thank you and your team and everybody who's been working on that. Can you let us know where you are in implementation?
So yes, we have engaged the BIDS clean teams on the urination and fecal matter survey. The survey was completed, and we submitted that survey to the council, I believe, in April. And we are currently in the process of putting together the working group pursuant to the act. And so that project is moving along nicely.
When will the working group be put together?
I need to give you a date on that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can answer that.
Oh,
So the working group has been finalized. The first meeting is actually on Thursday.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
well, there we go.
Yeah, that's great. The DC Archives currently slated to begin construction at UDC Building 41 in FY24. The committee received a copy of a memo from UDC to DGS indicating that UDC will fully clear out of the building by the end of fiscal year 22. We got testimony earlier that I'm sure you heard regarding a preference to accelerate this capital project. Is that a possibility?
Right now, what we're planning for is a 24. Once the money becomes available in 24. So that's where we are. Right now, we're coordinating with UDC, our client, the Office of the Secretary, about the scope and size and scale of the project. Obviously, there's moving parts with UDC having to vacate the building. But right now, we are on track for beginning that project in 24. If the project is escalated, we will adjust.
Are you working through storage issues, and how do we improve storage of and public access to archive materials between now and when the new facility is online?
We're working with the client agency to address all the programmatic needs, the storage needs that they will need, which will be a part of the design and scope of the project. And so, you know, that is, anytime we build an asset like this, we work very closely with the client to understand their needs, current and future. And so that's what we'll be doing and address some of those matters that you just brought up.
I mean, there'll be some space between, right? So when the new facility is done, do you yet know when do you expect the new archives facility to be completed?
I believe the first tranche of funding becomes available in FY24. I believe that we're looking at a completion. I'd have to go back and look at the SIP. I don't want to speak out of turn on that one.
All right. I guess I'm talking about you know, what people can do now. All right. So interim services. There was some testimony about where people can go to do research and so forth before the new facility is online. What are we doing about that from a facility standpoint?
Let me have a conversation with the client agency on that. I do not have the answer to that, but I will bring that to their attention and be able to support them in any way we can to ensure residents have the ability to perform those activities.
Okay. I would appreciate that because at this point, many people don't seem to know what the plan is before the new facility opens. Obviously, that's a ways away. It's it's getting close, but it's still some years away. My staff toured 2 charter schools operating at the PR Harris campus and saw some significant issues, including inadequate heating and cooling systems, neglected and pretty unusable auditorium and former classroom spaces. My understanding is that the charter schools are proposing to fund a major reconstruction of the campus if they can get a direct disposition from the district rather than remaining subject to the current prime tenant. Have you been engaged in a conversation on that proposal?
I have not, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe we have primacy over charter schools.
Well, this is a district school building, so the charter schools are tenants now, but this is, I believe, still in the district's inventory.
Councilmember, are you referring to the Patricia Harris?
Yes.
site, yeah. So we are in active negotiations with Charter School Incubator Initiative. Per the legislation that was passed earlier this year or recently, the district is taking over UDC's position as the lessor in that lease. So we are negotiating a lease amendment with CS2, and I believe that they have subleases with those charter schools that you're referring to. And we are aware that there are some significant issues. I think we have a meeting actually tomorrow to discuss some of the maintenance and concerns that are going on.
Okay. I mean, it seems like they're offering an option to do a major reconstruction, but it would require something different. So not just a transfer of the lease agreement, but something substantially different in the lease terms. Is that an option on the table? Is that something that DGS isn't really open to right now?
Currently, it's not. We are focused on executing the lease amendment so that we have a proper agreement in place with CS2, and we can clearly define what the maintenance obligations are with respect to the building.
Okay.
We have actually not been approached directly by the individual charter schools that are sub-lessees to CS2.
Okay. My understanding is that they are subtenants and they want to be prime tenants. So I guess you will talk through that. Let us know if you need the assistance of the committee.
Thank you.
We have heard, and there were testimonies in our performance oversight hearing to this effect, a lot of frustration from the district's historic boathouses about inconsistent or delayed engagement from DGS and other district agencies. There's been a lot of frustration. Folks feel like they're just kind of getting passed around with no real traction or usable information. We had discussed these issues at our performance oversight hearings, and I do think it's very important that we find a path forward for these community institutions, because once these historic boathouses are gone, there's just no way they or anything like them will be able to return. So Director, what's your plan for ensuring continuity for this project? I know someone from your office was engaged, but how do we ensure continuity in this conversation?
Juana, can you update the chairman on our activities with the boathouse community?
Certainly. Since our last hearing, we have met individually with each of the boathouses. We just concluded our last of those meetings last week. So we're very aware of their individual concerns. I think that the next step is really to escalate these concerns with the city administrator's office. We will be working with the city administrator's office as well as DEMPED and the Office of Planning to engage a stakeholders meeting this coming, in the very near future, where all of the boathouses will be invited. And it is certainly a priority for us to address their concerns. And, we are very intentional about understanding that this is a unique community. We value what they bring to the district, but we are looking for a comprehensive solution that will benefit not only the boathouse clubs, but also district residents as well.
Okay, what does that mean? There's something there that means something. I don't know what it means.
I'm not privy to say yet, but there is a plan, and as soon as we coordinate with the city administrator's office, we will share that with the committee.
All right, thank you. I hope that's good news. We'll see. As you have seen, let me go here first to Eastern Market. Obviously the committee has provided capital and operating funding to Eastern Market as long as we've had jurisdiction over DGS. But as you have heard, as we have heard, there's still some concerns about management of the market and some facilities issues. So I guess the question is, what's the plan for Eastern Market?
We have in terms of capital improvements.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a few projects underfoot. Currently, we're doing a major HVAC overhaul. That project is in procurement, but we do expect to, award it shortly, and it will be completed by this coming fall. We also have additional plans to address historic signage at the market, as well as some of the exterior stonework that I think was mentioned in the earlier testimony, and some door hardwares that we are intending to replace. So all those scopes of work are currently with the MCAC as we're getting their input on them, and then they will move on to procurement.
Okay. But they seem to not be aware of, let's say the brownstone work or the HVAC work. Those were, they were bringing these requests today.
I think they're aware of them. I think they are seeking additional funding, I think, behind it, but we have been working closely with them to keep them informed with respect to what the plans are on each of those fronts.
Okay. With the HVAC work, will that include metering?
I will have to get back to you. We will get back to the committee and confirm exactly what that scope of work involves.
Okay, thank you. And what about the budgeting aspect that a couple of witnesses mentioned in their testimony? They say that the statute requires DGS to send to engage with them and send their budget or budget notes to the mayor and the council. What they say that's not happening. What's your take on that?
It did not occur last fiscal year. That was a mistake on our part. However, we were focused on the capital budget, which we did share with MCAC. But with respect to the operating budget this upcoming fiscal year, we are actually trying to schedule a date in September for which, during which we will share, the proposed budget and get MCAC's input on that budget. So we are getting a meeting on the books as we speak to ensure that we do not miss that again.
Wonderful. And just for my clarification on the HVAC and the metering, so they were suggesting that they would prefer, or it would be better, that the two halls are metered separately. And I may have missed that if you mentioned that specifically.
They want separate zones.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you engage them with that? If you're doing an HVAC overhaul, I don't know that that's a substantial change in scope. I don't know, but if you would engage them in that, I know they would appreciate it.
Certainly, we will.
As you've seen from our engagement between hearings, we still have a lot of public concern around work orders, particularly for schools, but not exclusively. Are you still considering setting up a system that would give the public access to work order status and updates?
So we do have an access portal for the public to enter in work orders on the website. If they visit us at www.dgs.dc.gov, the public is able to enter in a work order in which they will receive I'll say a bounce back on the work order number that they've entered. And we're obviously looking at ways in enhancing that effort. Now that we are getting back to some the new normal or some normalcy for the public to be able to enter in and report work orders. But there is a way for them to access that, and we are looking to enhance that.
But folks want to track it. So I guess it's two parts. One, if I see an issue with a public facility, let's say my daughter's school, how do I know if there's already a work order for that, or if I need to?
Right. So we did pilot a program that we called DGS Maintains, in which if you're at the playground with your daughter, you see a broken swing, you can use the QR code to report that problem. The problem is we did that pilot during the pandemic, and I don't think we got the best information that we could have, because people were quarantining and inside and not using the facilities. So that's something that I think we need to revisit. Now that we're getting back to some normalcy and folks are in our parks and in our playgrounds and using the facilities. I think that is the enhancement that I think you're looking for and that we're looking to provide DC residents.
Well, that's still, I like that, but that's still on the submission piece. So
well, it would let you know if you reported a broken swing at Tacoma Recreation Center, it would let you know if there's a current work order for that. If there isn't, it would assign one to you and then let you know, give you an ETA when the problem would be fixed. That's how the pilot worked. But again, we did that pilot. It kind of happened during the pandemic, so I don't think we got the best information we could have received from that because, again, folks were not in our play spaces as we were all quarantining. So that's something that I'm looking to revisit now that we're back to a little bit of normalcy.
Okay. Well, what about let's say, for instance, it's an issue at a school. Let's say, I'm part of the PTO, and I notice a broken water fountain or a leak in a roof. How do people know whether that issue has already been submitted and what the timeline is?
Right now, schools do have access to Salesforce, and we work with our client agencies to enter, track, and monitor work orders. So if there's an issue in the school, schools have protocols in which say a teacher will inform the correct staff person at that specific school to report a problem. And our client agencies do have access to the work orders with Salesforce, where they can enter a work order. They'll have the work order number, and they'll have real-time information about that work order. So we do have processes in place with our client agencies to report, enter, track work orders.
Okay.
And that works for DCPS, DPR, the majority of our client agencies.
You think you might be able to get that pilot program back up and running again?
I would like to. We'll keep the committee up to speed on that. Okay. But I think that would give us the best avenue to communicate directly back and forth with our constituency, with the public rather.
Okay. And I promised our constituents across the city that I would follow up on maintenance issues they're seeing at their schools. So I very much appreciate the initial response that I received last night. And we had sent those issues on June 3rd. I do want to go through some of the outstanding ones, though. Garrison Elementary in Ward 1, there was a recurring issue with community members breaking a fence near an athletic field, trying to retrieve stray sports equipment from a retention pond. And so the school proposed installing a net above the fence so that things don't go into the retention pond. Are you aware of that? Can you give me a status update on that?
I'm not aware of that, but I can tell you off the bat, that's not a work order. That would be a project. And that would be installing netting would have to be something that we would have to budget for. That's not a routine work order. So I would have to check on the status of that request and work with DCPS on funding that netting.
Okay. And it would have to be a project because it's not routine, or because of the cost?
Because it's not routine. It's not something like a broken pipe. It's not a part of the preventive maintenance. That's actually a capital eligible project.
Okay. I'd like to get some update on this because the school seems to have been trying to move this along.
Right. So if the school put in a work order for netting, Once triaged by the first team, that would be something that would have to be funded as a project over our summer activities at some point down the line, but that would not be considered a work order.
How would they get into the queue for get that project into the queue?
We would work with the school, work with DCPS, and DCPS would prioritize that.
Okay. And so you will work with the school to get them in the queue?
We'll work with with DCPS if that is something that they desire to get that project funded.
Okay. Okay.
But again, it would be they would prioritize when that would be funded.
I understand that. Yeah. In Ward 4, Brightwood Education Campus, they have a number of trailers. Their hope is to, and I think your team had indicated they're working with DCPS to define the scope and identify funding for shelter between these trailers in the main school building. Do you think this will be possible in FY22?
It's possible, but again, the project is currently not funded, but our team is working with DCPS to, like as you said, Mr. Chairman, to develop the scope and identify funding.
Okay, I'm told I was supposed to call them learning cottages, so strike that from the record.
Learning cottages, I'm going to use that. Learning cottages.
So DCPS. DCPS determines the prioritization for these projects?
That is correct. And with modernization using what is the acronym? PACE. I think properly it says clean energy, but it's proactively planning actively for comprehensive education. I think
it's something like this wouldn't, these wouldn't go in the PACE schedule, would it?
Modernizations and things of that nature do.
Yeah.
But projects like this netting and other things, DCPS would prioritize that.
Okay. And they have full autonomy over how that decision is made?
They do.
Okay. At McKinley Middle School, we heard from the community that the alarm system is out of date and takes up staff time. You let us know in the letter last night that a contract team has been assigned to get the alarm out of trouble mode. But more broadly, my understanding is that you're the implementing agency for a $3.8 million life safety project in DCPS's capital budget. So will McKinley be part of that? And when will a plan for the capital work be made public?
So we work very closely with DCPS when it comes to fire, life and safety, water intrusion, and HVAC on their priority list. So the monies that are allocated for FLS or fire, life and safety, we would work very closely with DCPS to get their priority list and then work towards addressing those needs with the budget that we have in place.
Okay, so this is another one where the DCPS decides the prioritization or timing for this.
Yeah, we work closely with them to prioritize that, but ultimately they prioritize or help us prioritize what we should address given the budget that we have.
Okay. For Noyes Elementary, looks like most of the issues that were flagged have been assigned work order numbers, excuse me, and approved for work by the facilities management team. So I appreciate that. I didn't see a work order listed for generator issues. Do you have information? Do you have the information you need to evaluate that concern?
Which schools, the generation issues, or just across the board?
This is Noyes Elementary.
Noyes. I do not have anything on the generator, so I would need to get back to you, Mr. Chairman, on that one.
Okay.
I do have 5 work orders that have been approved for Noyes and assigned to FMT, but I'm not seeing one for a generator. Paint. Flagpole replacement, roof circle vents. I do not have one for generator. Okay.
Ward 6, Brent Elementary, one of the issues we flagged was that the playground slide posed a safety risk to the children because it had some jagged holes. Your update last night states that the slide was boarded closed under an earlier work order, but now there's a new work order. Does that mean there's now a plan to repair or replace the slide?
We're considering this a safety hazard, so we were going to have to replace the slide.
Okay. For Maury Elementary, also in Ward 6, we had mentioned a roof leak. At a meeting earlier this month, my staff got the impression that the issue was fully resolved with some repairs to a skylight last year. I didn't see that issue referenced on your list from last night. Does this mean that you can confirm that the issue has been resolved?
We'll confirm that issue. I do remember that issue a while ago that came across my desk, but I will confirm that has been resolved.
Thank you. Still in Ward 6, we had flagged a key fob door issue at Van Ness Elementary. Your team indicated in the letter last night that that's DCPS's responsibility. Do you know if a key fobs fall into that life safety project?
Key fobs will fall under DCPS's security team. Okay. And so that's why that would be their responsibility. When we think about fire, life, and safety, we're thinking, I'm talking about sprinkler systems, obviously the fire alarm system. The PA system is considered fire, life, and safety. In the case of the principal or the administrator has to get a message out to the entire school community. But this responsibility would fall under DCPS's security team.
All right. Is DCPS aware of this?
If not, we will definitely communicate that to them.
Thank you. In Ward 7, I understand that you or maybe DCPS were planning to engage in some increased public messaging to explain to the Beers Elementary community why you believe the lack of a sprinkler system does not pose a threat to student safety. Do you know whether that messaging or those conversations have begun?
I do not know, but I'm happy to look into that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of complaints about schools. Councilmember Henderson mentioned this issue earlier about roof leaks. It looks like the roof replacement pool capital project is zeroed out for the next 2 years. Why is this?
Referring to a line in our budget.
I believe the capital, the line item that you're looking at is for roof replacements that are in DGS's inventory, not DCPS's inventory. We're just trying to confirm that right now.
Okay.
As I mentioned in the testimony, we have $49 million in DGS's SIP for DGS maintainment properties, but I believe DCPS's roof replacement allocation has not been zeroed out.
Okay.
We'll confirm that.
Thank you. Another issue, maybe this one is with roofs where we hear the most complaints is HVACs, and we've discussed HVACs on several occasions. How can we respond to constituents who report a pattern of problems with HVAC systems?
How can we respond to them?
Yeah, so we hear from schools that, multiple days it is, too hot. The AC is broken, the heat is broken. People often meet with me to say, look, there seem to be recurring HVAC issues at multiple schools. What is our plan to get a handle on this issue?
Well, I think one of the good things that came out of the $24 million project that we did over the summer, during the pandemic, to one, increase air infiltration, but to two, upgrade the filtration to MERV 13 or higher standards, is now 90% of DCPS's HVAC inventory can now be put on what is called a building automated system, which we can now monitor from a central location. It automates the system so that we can see problems as they arise. Another thing that we've done is install sensors in these schools so that we can know in real time when there's an issue, particulate matter, what the temperature is in the school. So that helps us better manage problems on the front end and dispatch technicians or our in-house team to address issues as we see them arise. The second thing is we've been very, very intentional, about preventive maintenance in our comprehensive preventive maintenance plan, and ensuring that we're doing the preventive maintenance in and around this HVAC systems. We're changing the filters on a regular basis. We're actually installed QR codes on. We're starting to install QR codes on our HVAC system so we can hold our contractors and in-house teams accountable about the last time an HVAC system was changed, who's changed it, what time they changed it, the day and time, so that we have that information at hand too. So we are holding ourselves more accountable. We are increasing our preventive maintenance planning, and we're also building in technology on the front end to help us pinpoint problems as they arise. So these are some of the strategies and fronts that we're moving on to ensure that our HVAC systems in our education facilities and other inventory are functioning properly.
But we just had an issue with Powell Elementary where it was, almost 90 degrees in the building.
Unfortunately, Powell has been an issue that we've been dealing with on and off. That's why with DCPS, we found it prudent to replace the system this summer. So when we have legacy problems with that, we work very hard with the client or respective client agency, like we did at Deanwood and like we're doing at Powell, like we did last summer at Harriet Tubman Elementary School, to do a replacement of the system and ensure that we have the proper design and system in the building to handle the respective load.
And council member, I think it's also important to note that, the mayor did increase our facilities budget, and you noted that earlier today, and that would go a long way for our HVAC services, for which we can't use capital funding for.
Okay. Do you have a plan, Director, for a new office space for BEGA, Board of Ethics and Government Accountability?
Councilmember White, yes, we are working with BEGA to identify potential solutions. We realize that they are tight in their existing space at 441, I believe it is. So yes, we are actively working with them on their space need.
What do you think is the timeline for getting them into an appropriate new space?
I can't say. It will depend a lot on, oh, sorry, just got an update. We're looking to address their need by FY22, by the beginning of FY22.
Beginning of FY22, okay. What does address their need mean? Identify space by then, have them moved into space?
We have a potential solution that we're just working through, and it would be ready to go, and they could move in fairly quickly, but we just need to get the appropriate approvals.
Okay. Could you check in with Councilmember Nadeau's office on this? She unfortunately wasn't able to make the hearing, but asked that we get an update on this.
Yes, we will.
I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have for you, Director. I do again want to thank you and your team for being with us today. Also for all of the work that you all have done throughout the pandemic.
A pleasure.
With that, I also want to, as this is our final budget hearing, I want to thank my committee team, Committee Director Sean Hilgendorf, our Deputy Director Kirti Suri, Estelle Mitchell, and Sean Cuddyhigh for an incredible amount of work that they have done over a very short period of time. They have a lot more work in front of them, but I want to thank them. I want to thank our public witnesses who testified today and at all of our hearings. For any witness who was not able to testify today but wishes to submit additional testimony related to any of these agencies, testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. And so if you are interested, you can email a testimony to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this budget oversight hearing will close at the close of business on Wednesday, June 23rd. With that, again, Director Anderson, you and your team, thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 5:22 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.